Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawks. We are the Lions.
It is a lovely summer Sunday in Cincinnati, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. The crowd rolling in for the decisive game of this three-game series after the heartbreaker yesterday. Brandon Phillips and company hoping to rebound today and win the series against the Dodgers. And no, we're no longer in the Fox Sports condominium. He's Jeff Pecoro, and I'm Jim Day. And a tough one yesterday. Pick a very tough one.
That was a tough one, Jimmy, man. I can't believe we lost that one. Unbelievable. Man, are you good looking.
You look very handsome yourself. All right, enough of that. He's Sean Casey. I'm Tom Brenneman. Great to have you with us. But that game yesterday, you pay your big stars the big money to deliver when the game is on the line, and the Dodgers, unfortunately for the Reds, got that out of Matt Kemp yesterday.
Well, he delivered. I think coming into this series, you knew that Ethier and Kemp are the two guys that could beat you, and Matt Kemp really did that yesterday. Had the home run early to make it 4-2, but they had no place to put him when they had bases loaded late in the game, and he comes up right here in the 8th inning, nowhere to put him, gets a pitch up, and makes him pay with a game-tying grand slam. So Matt Kemp earned his money yesterday, no doubt about it, Tommy.
How do you come back from a game like that?
You just got to come back out. You got to have a short memory in this field, in this industry, in Major League Baseball. You come back out today. You come out. Hopefully, Wood gives you a good start. You score some runs early for him, and you get a W and win the series.
Role playing today. Now he's
Jim Day,
and I'm Pick. I just got a whole lot better looking. Farm. State Farm agents are there when you need them. Find an agent or get a quote at statefarm.com. By your local Ford dealer, Ford. Drive one. By the Regional Tourism Network. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. And by Skyline. Whenever you're feeling good and hungry, much like Sean Casey, it is Skyline time.
It's always Skyline time.
Dodgers and the Reds from Great American Ballpark today. And after a very bumpy month of April for Travis Wood, Sean, he has really settled in nicely and has thrown very well the entire month of May and now his first start in June.
Well, he's had a great May for the Reds, which they needed, and now, you know, that first month after getting through that, now it's time for hopefully Travis Wood to be that lefty in that rotation to continue on and have a great season.
Travis Wood made 6 starts during the month of May. 5 of the 6 were quality starts. And the series is on the line today. Wood against Ohio native Chad Billingsley. First pitch from Great American Ballpark. Votto and the Reds. Kemp and the Dodgers up next.
Presented by authority of the Cincinnati Reds. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Reds are firing the ball around the infield. We're just about set for the first pitch here at Great American Ballpark, the series finale today. And Don Mattingly's starting lineup for the Dodgers. Jamie Carroll at short, Aaron Miles at second, Andre Ethier in right. Matt Kemp, the center fielder, Casey Blake at third with Jerry Sands in left field. First start of the series for Rod Barajas, James Loney all the way down to the 8-hole. And Defiance, Ohio native Chad Billingsley is on the mound for the Dodgers. And starting it for the Reds, making his first ever appearance against LA, is Travis Wood. A team-high 8 quality starts so far for Travis Wood this year. We talked about how well he pitched in the month of May after an up-and-down April. First pitch to Jamie Carroll, low and in, ball 1, and we're underway. Of course, Matt Kemp drew so much of the headlines yesterday, clubbing the 2 home runs, including the grand slam that tied the game. But Carroll is big a part of the mix, as was Aaron Miles, as Kemp was in the Dodger win. Carroll had 4 hits, was on base 5 times. Knocked in a run and scored a couple of runs. Got to do a better job against guys like him and Miles today.
you know, Jamie Carroll's one of those guys, and Aaron Miles, they're guys that just, you know, they're not going to hit you the big home runs. They're not going to drive you a ton of runs, but they're quality big league ball players. You can't sleep on guys like this either. You got to still make quality pitches, or like you saw yesterday, they'll turn out to beat you with some big hits and getting on base all day.
2-2 on Carroll. Carroll figures to play regularly the remainder of this entire year. He's already played a lot more than he thought he would. The Dodgers' projected starting infield has started a total of 2 games together this entire year. They thought they'd have Blake down at third, for Call at short, Juan Uribe at second after signing from the Giants, and Loney over at first. But Blake has missed a lot of time. For Call on the DL again after another injury here on Friday night. Uribe they're hoping to have back off the DL tomorrow.
That's the one thing about this industry, Tom, is that you just can't predict injuries. You know, you come into spring training, you come into the season, you think this is who we're rolling with, and it's going to be a great year, and then guys just start going down, and you got to have guys come up and be able to fill the gaps.
Well, there's a leadoff walk to Jamie Carroll. After Wood was ahead in the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Take a look at the Reds on defense, presented by Ford. Lewis getting the start today in left field. Along the infield, Cairo for Scott Rowland. And again, Ramon Hernandez behind the plate. So not a good way to get it started here. A leadoff walk to Jamie Carroll, and that'll bring up Aaron Miles. Miles, another guy, came into this series having a hard time getting on base despite playing a lot, and this is all he's done now for 3 days. Hammered into left field down the line. They're going to hold the runner at third, and here come the Dodgers right from the get-go. A walk and a double, Carroll and Miles.
Just like you said, Tommy, these guys hurt us yesterday, and they come out today. Carroll gets on with a walk. Miles gets a pitch down and in. Just, you know, it falls right into his wheelhouse. Miles hits another rocket. But these are 2 guys you don't expect to, you know, do damage on you, but they get on base, and then you start seeing Ethier come up and Kemp come up, and that's how they got hurt yesterday. So Wood's got to find a way to, over the course of this game, to keep those guys back off base. See if he can get out of it here.
Well, we talked. Now you're in damage control mode. I mean, really, the Dodgers are thinking a couple of ground balls, maybe a ground ball and a fly ball, and you should score 2 runs. And Wood, of course, trying to keep it maybe at 1. There's a liner into left. The runner at third will tag. Throw comes into the plate, not going to be in time. Sac fly RBI by Ethier. 1-0 Dodgers.
Well, Ethier did his job right there. When you get second, third, no outs, you just try and get a pitch up. You can do even, and he jumped on the first pitch there, but he does his job. Gets a nice line drive out to left field, gets a chance of Carroll to tag up and make it 1-0.
I believe they're going to appeal the play over at third base as to whether or not Carroll jumped the gun early. Miguel Cairo going to go over to the bag. He turns around and looks at the third base umpire Hunter Wendelstedt to let him know that's exactly what they're going to do. He may have left early, and Hunter Wendelstedt says no, he didn't. Has a long day yesterday for Mr. Wendelstedt. Behind the plate yesterday, temperatures on the field, including the humidity, up over 100 degrees, and he had a good day behind the plate.
Well, you know, Hunter too is, you know, he's got all that equipment on. You know, you're sweating bullets back there, 4 hours, 90-some degree. You're right, almost 100 degrees in the field. It's a long. You know, forget about the umpires sometimes wearing black, attracting the heat.
It really isn't that ridiculous they continue to wear black. I mean, really, through all the years, it's not like all of a sudden, you know, in a football game or, you know, a lot of moving parts and a lot of bodies flying around, and you mistake an official for a player. I mean, in this game, it seems like it could go to, I don't know about white jerseys, but the old light blue shirts they used to wear.
Yep, they could do something with blacks.
In the air, left field, hit a ton, and Kemp has done it again. He is homered for the 3rd time in his last 5 at-bats in this series, and it is a 3-0 game. And for Kemp, that's now 9 home runs in his last 14 games against Cincinnati pitching.
Wow. I'll tell you what, hot is an understatement.
white hot right here, and this pitch just does not get in enough. It's a little bit in off the plate, but 87 where Matt Kemp can handle it, gets it up. You saw the grand slam here yesterday was the same kind of pitch, up, out over the plate. And when you're hot, you don't miss those pitches, Tommy. You don't miss them. And, you take a look right here. Performance Honda Exmo. Bam. Look at that. Just gets his arms extended. Doesn't get in there enough. You got another 2-run bomb from Matt Kemp.
Well, this Dodger team, which came limping into this series, having a terrible time scoring runs through the first 2 months of the year. They were held down in the opener to just the 1 run against Bronson Arroyo and 3 Reds relievers. But then the explosion that began in the 8th inning yesterday when the Reds had a 7-2 lead. Dodgers scored 5 times to tie it. They got 4 in the 11th to win it, and 3 right from the get-go against Travis Wood here in the series finale. In the air off the bat of Casey Blake in a shallow center. Stubbs is there, 2 out.
I think that's going to be just a big key, like we talked about before. Carroll and Miles, let's keep them off base, keep Ethier and Kemp up, hopefully with nobody on. Minimize the damage that those guys can do to you.
So now Jerry Sands, young left fielder. Don Mattingly made the comment before the game yesterday. He's going to run Sands out there from now on daily. They've used 6 different players out in left field so far this year. But Sands is a guy they certainly feel has the most upside. Had some monster years coming up in their minor league farm system. So they're going to run him out there and see what happens.
Yeah, what they should. And as a young player, when you get your manager saying, hey, we're going to run you out there every day, we're going to give you a chance to play, your confidence goes up a little bit. You know, hey, if I go 0 for 4, I'm going to be back in the lineup tomorrow. Now you can start settling in and have good at-bats, good days, and start getting your swing going.
1-2 to Sands. And that's strike 3 called, and the inning is over. But early damage. And again, Kemp doing most of it. 3-0 Dodgers. Dusty Baker's starting lineup reads as follows. Drew Stubbs in center, Brandon Phillips at second, Joey Votto at first, Jay Bruce back in a cleanup spot, Fred Lewis in left with Miguel Cairo at third, and a latter third of Ramon Hernandez, Paul Yanish, and Travis Wood. Highly touted prospect from the day he came to the Dodgers, our Farmers Insurance report card on Chad Billingsley. Obviously with a problem scoring runs for the Dodgers, a 4-4 record, despite the fact that his ERA is under 3.5. This guy's a good pitcher.
Chad Billingsley's got good stuff. I mean, obviously they signed him to a long-term deal. They like him in the middle of that rotation, up top of the rotation behind Kershaw, and good-looking pitcher.
Now, having said that, the Reds have really banged him around. The last 3 times they have faced him, in 3 games, he has not even lasted 14 total innings. Has given up 21 hits and 14 runs. So we'll see how it goes here today. Ball 1 to Stubbs at 260. You see the overall numbers for Billingsley. Opponent's batting just 239 against him. And that ball's hammered into left field, and the Reds are on the board.
That ball was absolutely hammered, Tommy. Hey, they got a pitch right out over the plate, 1-0 count. Drew Stubbs trying to send a message, get the Reds right back into this game.
First home run for Stubbs in nearly a month, going back to May 11th.
Man, does he get great, unbelievable extension right there. Ball out over the plate. You can see it right here. I mean, he just sits. This ball has nothing special on it. 4-seamer, doesn't move at all. Look at that, just comes right out over the plate. And Drew Stubbs says almost like a BP fastball. See you later.
So a 3-1 ball game, and here's Brandon Phillips, home run number 8 on the year by Stubbs. Phillips at 292, 5 home runs and 31 runs batted in. In the air, a bit off the end of the bat, and Kemp able to run it down in right center for the first out here in the first inning. We take a look at the Dodgers on defense, brought to you by Ford. Same outfield as yesterday, Sands, Kemp, Defield. Same infield as well. The only change among their position players, the catcher Rod Barajas starts in place of Fiona Navarro. Joey Votto had a couple of hits on base 3 times yesterday, including a tie-breaking 3-run home run in the 6th inning off Clayton Kershaw. Well, it's hard to turn the page on a game like yesterday. You're facing arguably, and certainly it's debatable, the best left-hander in the league. There are those that'll say Cliff Lee or Jaime Garcia, Cole Hamels. I mean, you know, on any given day, any one of them capable of shutting you out. Any given year capable of winning a Cy Young. But you score the 4 runs to go ahead of him. Then you tack on 3 more in the 7th inning, and you think you're in business. And it got away.
Especially a guy, when you got Clayton Kershaw on the ropes, a guy like that, where you're battling those games when you face those guys. You get a 7-2 lead in the 8th. You got to somehow try and win that game. Votto comes up with the big home run off of Kershaw. You don't get those big hits off guys like that often. You got to try and capitalize on that game and finish it off. And I think that's why after the game, Bake was so, I think so disappointed about that loss.
Two and two to Votto. 35 runs batted in, second only to his running mate waiting in the on-deck circle, Jay Bruce. And a check swing. They appealed and looked like he went. And Hunter Wendelstedt agrees. Full count on Votto.
But when you look at Joey's numbers, the one stat that impressed me the most is 50 walks and 36 strikeouts. I mean, to have that many, to be the power hitter he is and the run producer he is, and have that many more walks than strikeouts is impressive.
Told you Billingsley from Defiance High School in Defiance, Ohio. Naturally, he's a member of that school's Athletic Hall of Fame. Had planned on going to college at the University of South Carolina, but the Dodgers made him the first-round pick, 24th overall, back in June of '03. And there's strike 3 called, and Votto knew it.
Now there's a pitch right there. Billingsley 3-2, got that good 2-seamer inside right here. Rides on his hip. You see Votto kind of give up on it at the end. it's one of those pitches where it's a great pitch for a pitcher. If he throws it perfect, you can't pull the trigger. If he misses with that pitch, though, that can go a long way.
So now Jay Bruce, 17 home runs, 46 runs batted in. He came in tied with Matt Kemp atop the National League RBI leaders. But, of course, Kemp breaks that tie with a 2-run home run in the top of the first inning here today. And that'll get through into right field, a base hit by Bruce.
Jay does a nice job right there. Same thing. The ball out, up, over the plate. Billingsley doesn't get it down. And Bruce has that quick swing down, just gets on top of the ball, gets it right in the hole.
You know, Billingsley, for a couple of years there, certainly had whispers behind his back, if not right out into the open, some shouting that he was a guy with all the talent in the world, but for whatever reason was just unable to put it all together and really go out there and compete the way you want a projected quote-unquote #1 guy to compete. Now, whether or not he becomes a #1 guy, well, we'll wait and see, as that will be called. Pitch had got a piece of Fred Lewis, and so he'll take first base, and Jay Bruce will advance on to second. But anyway, just to finish the thought, the bottom line is this guy, as you take a look at Lewis getting hit with a pitch, the bottom line is, despite all his detractors out there, and he's had plenty of them, Billingsley coming into this year is 18 games over 500 with a career ERA of 3.5. That's pretty good. That's
pretty legit. I think one thing you learn as you come up through the minor leagues, you come up, you're out of high school, you start learning to grow up a little bit, and then you start learning to pitch. And I think you've seen Chad Billingsley become that pitcher, guy that knows what kind of stuff he has, and is learning really how to pitch in the big leagues. You don't have those kind of numbers if you're not putting together a good game plan night in and night out.
Ball one to Miguel Cairo in for Roland today, a .301 batter, a home run, and 8 runs batted in. Cairo making his 19th start overall of this season, most recently on Friday night. One and one to Cairo. Good speed out on the bases for the Reds with Bruce at second and Lewis at first. Loney plays behind him over there. And the 1-1. Breaking ball that just stayed up. A lot of cloud cover here today. And certainly when the sun is behind some of those clouds, it makes it a lot more comfortable than it was here yesterday. Bright sunshine, high humidity. You have to go all the way back to 1925, the last time the Reds played on June the 4th, or any day in this city's history on June the 4th, where it reached 96 degrees. 2-2 on Cairo.
It was uncomfortably hot yesterday. There's no doubt about it. When you're down there on those fields wearing those long pants, it gets hot. It gets hot. Not as hot as it was on the turf back in the day, though. That was hot, hot, hot. But I'll tell you what, when you get up in the 90-degree range out here on day games, you're going to feel it.
Two on, two out. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Miguel Cairo. Billingsley to the plate. And a bouncer foul. Now, you were hanging out yesterday up at the CBTS Riverboat up at a pilot house up there. Now, were you hanging outside a lot, or were you sitting inside the air conditioning?
Well, I was inside. I was inside the air conditioning. I was outside. Then when I got too hot, I'd go inside. And you know, we were out there with the Dragonfly Foundation, which is great. A kid was out there, Bobby, who had battled with some leukemia, and it was just a great you know, day. Get a chance to meet him and his family, and but it was hot. We were all hot. We were all hot outside. But I'd go inside and get in there and get myself some ribs. That's odd.
2-2. And now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, Dragonfly, an organization put together in affiliation with Cincinnati Children's Hospital. I know that John Burns, the head of CBTS, is so very active in that organization. And Boy, all the charitable things that Cincinnati Bell and CBTS do around this community is just amazing.
It is amazing. It's so great. I mean, it is so great. And John was out there yesterday. You can check out the dragonflyfoundation.org, too, to see what they're doing, the great things they're doing. But John was out there yesterday, and like I said, we got a chance to meet Bobby, and we got a chance to, just have a couple laughs. But the foundation and what they do is pretty unbelievable for those kids.
3-2, runners go, and a foul ball back to the screen by Cairo. Dodgers got 3 in the top of the first. Stubbs leads off the bottom of the inning with a home run. Now the Reds looking for more. Fred Lewis at first, Jay Bruce at second, 2 away in the inning. Runners will get started on another 3-2 pitch to Miguel Cairo. And a bouncing ball to the shortstop. He'll play to first, and that'll do it. Reds get a run on a leadoff home run from Stubbs. And at the end of one, the Dodgers in front 3-1. Injuries, call 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Will we see opening day starter Edinson Volquez return to the major leagues on Tuesday night? Nothing official has been announced of yet. Dusty Baker telling Jim Day there's a strong chance that'll happen, but no official move. Volquez making his last few starts very good ones down at AAA. And there you see his overall season numbers with a major league club. The Reds really need him to get it together.
I see the big thing is the 51 innings, 38 walks. I mean, I think that's a big reason you get into trouble there. They need him to come back and really be the guy that they think he can be. He's got top of the rotation type stuff, but he just has to get back there, put it all together, get strike one, and not walk so many guys.
So here we go in the second inning. Dodgers leading 3-1. Rod Barajas leading things off, and he looks at a strike. Well, you're a good buddy. My dad, I know he's sitting back watching a ball game today, having the weekend off.
I wonder what he's doing. I wonder if he's, I'm sure he's kicking back right now on his couch, just enjoying the game, being real positive in his mind.
Well, you told him the other day, the older he gets, the more
I think
positive
that's what I said. I said, Marty, I really think the older you get, man, the more positive you become. And then I think he just slapped me in the head a couple of times.
That ball hit hard, but Lewis able to make the sliding play. And had a lot of top spin on it.
It's a tough play right there by Fred Lewis. He makes it look easy, but the ball was kind of dying down into the grass, and Fred gets around it and is able to get that glove under it.
So the leadoff man retired here in the Dodgers' second inning, and that'll bring up James Loney. Loney, a guy the last 4 years has hit right in the heart of that Dodger lineup. But after a terrible April, he started to swing the bat better in May. Better from an average standpoint, but really that's where that number oftentimes can be very misleading. During the entire month of May, Loney only knocked in 8 runs. And he's dropped all the way down to the 8th hole for the series finale against the left-hander Travis Wood today.
You know, when you look at James Loney right here in his setup, look how close to the plate he is. He is right on top of the dish. His back foot is on that line, but he's right on top of the dish right there. And when he first came up, James Loney, he was a big left center type hitter. I mean, he really used the whole field. And you're starting to see now, I don't know if he's on top of the plate, but you really can't drive the ball anywhere if you can't handle that ball in. And I think sometimes he has a tough time with that ball inside.
That was where he used to do so much damage as a left-handed batter. I mean, there were times you'd fight him off in the left field and get hits, but if guys made mistakes, you could turn on it and hammer it down to right.
Yeah, I was always big on set up to center to left center and really work on the fastball that way. And if a guy came in, then I would just react in. I think Joey Votto's, you know, a lot of guys have the same kind of setup. Is you set up middle to left center and you react in instead of looking in there and trying to get that pitch in. I mean, nobody wants the pitch up and under your hands. You know, as a lefty, you want it down and in, but your sight should be to left center and just react it inside.
2 down and Billingsley the batter, and Wood ahead of him at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Wood looking for the 1-2-3 second, and it's fouled out of play. But when the Reds get it done with an RBI this season, that means, of course, another $25 from Shakely for the Reds Community Fund. Shakely, it's done. Two and 2 to Billingsley. 5 hits and 21 at bats, has 2 doubles and a run batted in, so he's no gimme at the plate. Of course, yesterday the Reds losing, the Cardinals winning again. The woes continue for the Chicago Cubs, who have lost 5 in a row. And of course, the Cubbies will be flying to Cincinnati tonight after wrapping up their set at Busch Stadium, and the Reds and Cubs begin a 3-game series here tomorrow night. And Wood having a hard time putting Billingsley away. It remains at 3-2.
I really thought the Cubs would get off to a better start, having Dempster, Garza, adding Garza to that rotation with Zambrano. I thought, you know, that's a legit top of the 3 right there in your rotation. They have really not played that good of baseball up to now.
9 pitches in this at bat so far. Wood against Billingsley. It's interesting to note, you talk about that Cubs starting rotation, and you know, something you alluded to earlier. You begin the year, these are the guys you think you're going to go with. You feel good about it. The only rotation in the league that has pitched fewer innings than the Red starters are the Cubs starters. And that's hard to believe. I mean, with real workhorse guys throughout their careers, like Zambrano, like Dempster, like Garza, even to a lesser extent, a guy like Randy Wells. He didn't have a good year last year, but he had a very good rookie year. So now pitch number 11 in this at bat. And it is clubbed into left field. And that is a home run by the pitcher.
Wow, well, Billingsley was, you know, we got to 12 pitches there, was just missing pitches. Wood just kept throwing that 4-seamer, trying to get it by him. But you can see Billingsley's one of the better hitting pitchers in baseball. You can tell by his swing that he has an idea of what he's doing up there. And he just couldn't get this one by Wood. Out over the plate, up. I think that's the big thing. It's out over the plate and up, where Billingsley was able not to foul it off, but able to deposit it into the left field seats.
Well, again, it just comes back to the ability to be able to put guys away. I mean, you have the opposing pitcher with a 1-2 count. Foul ball, miss, foul ball, miss. And then bang, second career home run for Billingsley, his first in 2 years.
Talk about helping yourself out, right? I mean, Wood just could not get a pitch to put him away. Nothing, everything he threw to him was out over the plate. Billingsley just missed, hammering a couple of those pitches that he was fouling back.
Well, right from the get-go, Travis has labored early on today. He walked this guy, Jamie Carroll, leading off the game. Carroll went to third on a double by Miles. Carroll scored on a sac fly by Ethier, and then Miles scored on the 2-run home run by Matt Kemp. So the 4-1 Dodger lead here in the second inning. And that will retire the side. But Billingsley homers, and the Dodgers lead again by 3. Baseball writer Hal McCoy shares a story about Hall of Famer Bob Feller. FoxSportsOhio.com, presented by 1-800-SAFE-AUTO and SafeAuto.com.
I got a great Bob Feller story I'll have to share with you later.
Really?
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Would he hit you in an old timers game or something?
No, I hit him. I think I almost took him out about my first big league camp ever in '98. He'd come out and Bob Feller would throw in front of the dugout, and Mike Hargrove was like, "Hey, Case, go throw with him." I was like the young rookie, so I threw with him. And Torrey Lavula was like, "Hey, you can throw a little harder, Case," because I was kind of lobbing it in there. And I just, all right, no problem. I reached back, threw it. His glove didn't move. Boom, hit him right in the chest. He went down. I went right over, Mr. Feller, are you okay? Are you okay? Like all the training staff comes out. I'm like, oh my gosh. He turned out to be okay though.
You were released the next day.
I almost got released for real. No, seriously.
Well, God rest his soul. He was so popular, stayed so active in the Indians organization and all the Tribe fans. And I remember Rick Manning. I really never knew Bob Feller. And you know, he had the reputation even in old-timers games. That's why I said it, really not even tongue-in-cheek. As Ramon Hernandez takes low and in, 2 balls and a strike, where, you know, he was trying to get you out in old-timers games. He wasn't just flipping them up there. He was actually competing, and a lot of guys will tell you that.
I think that's why he was so good. He always had that competitive nature, like, you're not beating me. And I used to throw 107.
There's a liner, but Kemp is there to stay with it. 1 out.
Wow, that ball was knuckling to center field. You know, you always talk about outfielders saying, oh, that ball's knuckling out there. Sometimes you hit a ball just perfect, and it knuckles like that, and it comes out. You can see right here, Kemp comes in on it. It starts knuckling to the left of him, to his right, and he makes a really nice play staying with that baseball.
So one away for the Red shortstop, Paul Janisch. 217 batter with 16 runs batted in, and that one is knocked down by Carroll. Throws from his knees, but that'll be an infield hit for the Red shortstop.
So Janisch just gets enough to get up, but Jamie Carroll almost makes an unbelievable play. Stays with it, gets from his knees. Janisch is getting down the line too good, and he can't make a perfect throw. But nice try by Jamie Carroll up the middle there to try and steal one from Janisch, who's done that so many times to so many people.
Jamie Carroll, like his manager Don Mattingly, both hail from Evansville, Indiana. Not far away from where Scott Rowland grew up in Jasper, Indiana. So Jamie with a lot of friends and family in for this series. The same holds true for Mattingly. When fouled away by Wood, we asked the manager yesterday how many tickets he was leaving. Said knocking on the door of 30.
And you got to, nowadays it comes out of your paycheck paying the tax on those tickets. So, Donnie Baseball has made enough though where he can afford to leave 30 tickets for his family and friends.
And what a guy he is. Oh, he sat in his office for about 45 minutes yesterday, and I mean everything going on around him here in his first year as a major league manager. The Dodger franchise itself and the ownership very much in turmoil. Will Frank McCourt continue to own the team? Major League Baseball is in looking at the financial structure of the franchise. 0-2 now to Wood. So in other words, you have no idea who's going to be your boss, who might be the next boss. What do they think about the job you're doing as a field manager? All of the injuries the Dodgers have been hit with this year, and no team has been more injured to critical players than the Dodgers have been through 2 months of this year. And yet, you never know. Just moving forward, trying to stay upbeat.
I mean, they couldn't have a better personality as far as what they've gone through this season, the ups and the downs. But Mattingly's so even-keeled. And I think as a player, too, I talked to some of the players about Donnie Baseball, and he remembers. He remembers how hard the game is sometimes. That relationship when you have with your manager, you look and see. And this guy understands that I'm not going to go out there and get 3 hits a night. I got to go out there, and just have quality at bats and make quality pitches. But you're right, Donnie Baseball couldn't be more of a perfect guy for what's gone on this year with the Dodgers, all the craziness.
Into center field, that'll be a base hit by Wood. Now the Reds have 2 on with only 1 out, trailing 4-1 here in the second inning, and we go back to the top of the order to Drew Stubbs.
Travis Wood's another guy that swings the bat well, but I think, pride for pride here. Billingsley homers off him. Wood saying, listen, I want to swing the bat here, get a chance to hit. Ball out over the plate. Wood does a nice job of staying on it and driving it back up the middle.
Stubbs with a long home run to left center field, leading off the Reds' first inning. And we mentioned earlier, for Drew, it's his first home run since the 11th of May. That's when the Reds were down in Houston.
Sometimes it takes that one, Tommy, that you haven't had it in a while, but you start to get that confidence back. You get one out of the park, and you start to get your bat in that slot, and that's when you start hitting them with some bunches.
Well, you're only in the second inning. You're only down 3, but you got a legitimate chance to jump right back into this thing right here and right now. 2 on, top of the order up. We'll see if Stubbs, Phillips, and company can cash in. 2-0. Balls and no strikes. Billingsley appearing to be a little too fine here in this at bat with 2 on and only 1 out.
Yeah, especially with Phillips coming up, Votto, Bruce. I mean, Stubbs is a guy you really got to take your chances with here and try to pitch to him.
And a 4-pitch walk to load him up.
This is a situation, like you said before, Tom. This is, you got Phillips coming up, Votto, Bruce, bases loaded, 1 out. You got to capitalize right here. You put yourself right back in the baseball game if you can put a couple across the plate.
And now Rick Honeycutt, the Dodger pitching coach, will come trotting out from the third base dugout to visit with Billingsley, who's hit a batter. He's now walked a batter. He's already given up 4 base hits in the game, and there's only 1 out in the 2nd inning.
You look at Billingsley's pitch count too. We're at 1 1/3 innings. He has bases loaded here. He's already thrown 36 pitches.
So now Brandon, he flied out to the center fielder Kemp his first time up. Paul Giannis, your runner at third. Travis Wood at second. Drew Stubbs at first. 1 out in the inning, and the Reds trailing by 3. Billingsley will work out of the stretch and misses high, ball 1.
As a hitter, when you get 1-0, bases loaded, this is where you're really looking to jump on something, get a pitch you can really drive, because he's got nowhere. He doesn't want to keep it. He wants to come up with something, a strike here, but this is a pitch where you can get something middle in and really do some damage.
Nowhere near the strike zone. 2-0. Four career grand slams for Brandon Phillips. He's got him loaded right now with only 1 out and a 2-0 count. Took a big hack, 2-0, and came up empty.
That's the hack you want to see, though, right there. You got to do it. 2-0, bases loaded. Take your shot.
Phillips not sure about that call from a home plate umpire, Brian Knight, for a pitcher who's been all over the map and gets that borderline call. So now Phillips, generally when he gets to 2 strikes or 2 outs in an at bat with runners on base, he likes to try and hit the ball the other way. Really cut down on that swing, and that's what we saw yesterday against Kershaw. With runners on and 2 out in that 6th inning, he tied the game with a single to right field. Although he wasn't looking to serve one into right with that hack.
No, he was taking a hack right there. He fouled it straight back. I mean, he's right on that pitch. Just fouled it straight back into Barras' mask. Just missed doing some damage on that 2-2 pitch.
It's a big at bat here for the Reds. Already down 3. They've got him loaded with 1 out. The count is full. All right, now what are you saying to yourself right here? I mean, you know what you want to do.
Yeah.
But it's 3-2.
Yep. 3-2. I'm staying focused on what I need to do. I'm looking for a pitch out over the plate, something I can drive and make sure that if I do it, I do some damage here. But I know Votto's behind me. I know he's got to come to me right here. I know it.
And what I mean was, I probably should have clarified a little bit. You know, I would imagine, and I don't know, I've never been in it, but I would imagine that you get maybe a little bit antsy too, yeah. Right? And you see a lot of guys swinging a bad pitch on a 3-2 count.
Exactly. Well, I think that's what you got to be able to to back down a little bit. You got to take that anxiety, that excitement you have right here. 3-2. You got Votto on deck. He's going to give you something. You still got to be able to relax, slow the game down, get a good pitch, and drive it.
3-2 again on Brandon Phillips. And again, it's fouled away out of play.
That's the big thing right there, Tom, is that you're doing that all year long, all day in and day out, is trying to control that anxiety, trying to control in the good, that excitement. I don't know if it's anxiety, but excitement of, oh, we got a big situation here. Okay, I'm at my best when I can relax and just, process the whole thing and see the ball. So you can't get caught up in the situation. You just got to still do your job.
Ninth pitch in his at-bat coming to Brandon Phillips. And another foul ball out of play. So Billingsley throwing strikes, and Phillips able to stay alive. Well, you know who's waiting on deck, but first things first. This is a critical at-bat with already one out in the inning. Three balls, two strikes. Phillips waits. And it's off the leg and into center field. That'll bring in two. And on to third goes Stubbs. And Phillips delivers to make it a one-run game.
What a great at-bat right there. Just fighting those pitches off until he got a pitch he felt like he could do some damage on. Finally gets a pitch up, out over the plate. Hits a rocket back up the middle. But watch this pitch right here. Gets a lot of play right off Billingsley's ankle. Gets it up the middle. Stubbs does a great job of getting to third base. You can see that he reads it right here. He starts slowing down, realizes he can get to third base, and gets to third base, first and third with one out. And Phillips is fired up over there.
Money player, man.
He is. He's been all year, hasn't he?
Money player. All right, now Votto tying run at third. Go ahead, run at first. Only one out in the inning. Breaking ball in there, strike. Votto looked at strike three, his first at bat.
This is always a good situation, too. You got that first and third here where Loney has to hold him on. That's a bigger thing of Stubbs getting to third base. Now Votto's got that whole right side. And as a left-handed hitter, you really look to get that pitch. You can just even hit it just to get a nice single over there to the right side.
We started to pull the trigger and then took strike two. One and two on Votto. The tying run is Stubbs at third. The lead run Phillips at first. One out, and Billingsley delivers. Struck him out. Well, Billingsley has looked by far the best against Votto. The best hitter in the lineup, but anybody else is up and down the order.
Threw him a bunch of tough pitches. Barajas wanted this curveball down. He said it right before when he set up. Said, give it to me down. And Billingsley does a great job of starting that curveball right in the zone and dropping it right where Barajas wanted it, and that was down in the dirt. He pitched Votto pretty tough right there.
So now if the Reds are going to tie this game or even take the lead, it will be up to Jay Bruce. Bruce singled into right field his first time up.
Jay thought that pitch might have been a little down and outside, but if anything, maybe a little down.
Nothing in one on Bruce with a tying run at third. And it's a fastball muscled foul and out of play. And Billingsley really getting down to business against these back-to-back left-handed batters in the heart of the Reds' order. 4 straight Reds reached base in this inning. Giannis, Wood, Stubbs, Phillips. Then you get Votto and Bruce coming up. He strikes out Votto, and he's jumped in front of Bruce, 0-2. Pitch number 30 of the inning, delivered by Billingsley, sails up and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
.53 pitches in the second. I mean, the Reds, if anything, they've done their job of getting that pitch count up. You're not going to see Billingsley in here much. Well, he might get through 5 innings, but his pitch count, they keep it going. He's going to be way up there.
And it's popped up. Well, you got to give it up to Billingsley. I mean, it was an ugly inning. But when it mattered the most, he just plows through Votto and Bruce. The Reds get 2 and trail by a run at the end of 2.
We're still stuck on 4 RBIs. Hey.
He's staring a 3-hit game right in the face right now.
Hey, way to get your RBI. I set him up for you. I don't want the RBI. I set it up for you. I want you to have. We're doing this together for all the small guys that can't make it. You know what I mean? Small ball.
That's great stuff yesterday. Jamie Carroll wearing a microphone on our Fox Saturday Baseball Game of the Week. Brandon Phillips generally wears it every single Saturday whenever Fox comes into town, but every now and again they like to give guys a break and not ask them to do it every week. I'm sure he'll be wearing it Saturday when a team is on from San Francisco.
Sometimes you wear that mic. I know they asked me to wear the mic a lot because I was always talking to people over there at first base. That was kind of my MO. But you know, sometimes when you, I know for me, I don't think I ever had a good game when I was wearing that mic. For some reason, I knew it was on. And one time we were playing the Cardinals. I was 0 for 4. Isringhausen comes in. I take the mic off thinking that's going to help, and he punched me out at the end of the game. So it didn't work. Mic or no mic, I was not having a good game that night.
2-1 to Aaron Miles. We begin the third inning. It's been a wild game so far. 4 runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Reds. And what pitcher will settle in and start getting things together? Travis Wood gave up 3 in the first inning, retired the first 2 batters in the second inning before allowing a solo home run to Chad Billingsley. Aaron Miles, a fly ball to right to begin the third. Andre Ethier, sac fly RBI to left field in the first inning. Strike one. As most of you know, Ethier began the year the hottest hitter in either league. He had a 30-game hitting streak. And then all of a sudden, when that came to an end, the very next day he went into a long tailspin. 2 weeks went by when he hit less than 100. In fact, it got so bad that Don Mattingly sat him down for an entire 3-game series against the Houston Astros. But then once he got back, worked on a swing with the 3 days off. And he's been hitting like Andre Ethier ever since. Good pitch there by Wood. A late break and never going to get to it. That's a routine pop up into left field. Throw in his second is cut off. Reds are playing so deep for a left-handed batter out there, and Ethier is not a guy with opposite field power.
Yeah, that just didn't look good right there. That ball's hung up there too long not to be caught. I mean, Wood gets in on Ethier here, really jams him, gets inside the baseball, and you can't even see Fred Lewis in the picture. He's playing way back there, almost by the track, and that thing drops in. I think it looks like maybe he lost it off the bat. It looks like he lost it right away. He kind of took a step back, put his glove up, and just got a bad jump on that ball.
Well, you can understand this move. Why even take a chance with Matt Kemp? He's hit 3 home runs the last 5 times he's come to the plate over the last 2 days. And knocked in 7 runs in those 5 at-bats.
And his confidence is through the roof right now. You could throw a little BB up there right now, and he'd somehow square it and hit it 450 feet. So this is definitely the right move. Get Casey Blake up there, hopefully get a ground ball, double play.
You know, Don Mattingly made the point yesterday about what a great season Kemp is having, and certainly the numbers back that up. You know, he's talking about playing in the National League West, and you know, when you travel around that division for a while, and I had a chance to do that for a decade, you know, you go rolling into Petco Park in San Diego, you go up to San Francisco, huge ballparks. Dodger Stadium, like you talked about on Friday night, especially during the nighttime, that is a very tough place to hit home runs. Phoenix, a good hitter's park. It's not a great hitter's park, but it's better than average, that's for sure. And while Denver, there's still a lot of room in the outfield, the runs scored per game and certainly the home run ratio per game has come way down ever since they started using the humidor. There's a base hit into right. They're going to hold the runner at third. So after the walk to Kemp, a base hit by Blake, and the Dodgers are beating on the door again. But to finish your thought, Mattingly said Matt Kemp would have at least 7, 8, 9 more home runs this year already, were it not for playing so many games inside that division and in those big ballparks.
I totally agree. I mean, I think when you're playing out in the West, and like you were talking about, Tom, those are Petco Park's a bomb. You know, out in San Fran, it's a bomb. I mean, they have places, you know, when you're playing there day in and day out in that division, you're still putting up the huge numbers Matt Kemp's putting up. That's what makes his year so impressive and what he's doing. You can only imagine if he was playing here every day, he'd probably have, you know, like you said, 7, 8 more home runs.
Well, here's Jerry Sands. First batter in the inning, retired. Ethier reaches on the pop-up to left. It falls in for a double. 0-2 to Sands. After a walk to Kemp, a single by Blake. And there's strike 3 called. A 3-pitch at bat for Sands with the bases loaded, and that is a critical second out in the inning.
Travis Wood knew too here. I got to get a punch out here. I cannot surrender a run from a pop-up or a ground ball, and he comes out with almost looks like a backdoor cutter away and is able to catch the outside part of the plate. Great pitch sequence right there to Jerry Sands. Really, good morning, good afternoon, good night. Big punch out right there with 1 out.
Well, now you need the final out of the inning. Dodgers already in front 4-3, and Rod Barajas, the batter, he hit the ball very hard to left field, a liner that was caught by Fred Lewis his first time up, and that appeared to be a cross up there between Travis Wood and Ramon Hernandez. They're very lucky that ball did not get away, allowing a run to score.
These first 2.5 innings so far, Tom, we've seen a lot of damage control with these pitchers. Getting into trouble, trying to get out of it. Getting into trouble, trying to get out of it. It's tough to go through a whole game, you know, when you're really getting into trouble every inning.
Popped up behind the plate, and Hernandez will give it a look, but it's about 5 rows back. Milwaukee has jumped all over Florida. An early 3-0 lead for the Brewers, batting now in the 4th inning. Cardinals and the Cubs will get started in about 5 minutes from now. Dodgers have them loaded, a 1-run lead in the 3rd with 2 out. 2-2 on Barajas. Take a look at the Honda Central Division standings going into play. Reds losing a game yesterday, slipping to 4.5 back, 1 game over 500. And they're 2.5 behind Milwaukee. '65th pitch of the game coming up for Travis Wood, and he's hoping number 65 will leave him loaded here in the Dodger 3rd inning.
He's made some quality pitches to Barajas. Really came in before on that fastball, trying to stay out, getting out over that plate, but he needs one more good pitch here to get out of this inning with really with some big time damage control right here.
Barajas, guy been around a long time. 2-2 the count on the Dodger catcher, and that is a fair ball. 2 runs are going to score, and Rod Barajas with a 2-run double. And Wood today just does not have that put away pitch, and he is getting banged around here today. It is a 6-3 Dodger lead.
Well, you see right here, just out over the plate and up again, and then Rod Barajas is able to handle that one, not in on his hands, out over the plate, lines one down the left field line. But that's been the story today. Wood just doesn't have a put away pitch. You've seen a lot of long at bats, a lot of pitches to a lot of players. Guys aren't really out in front. You don't see a lot of off balance swings. I mean, a lot of guys have been right on Wood's fastball all day long, and he hasn't had anything to put him away. But this last pitch right here, it just is out over the plate, something Barajas can really handle, and he's a straight pull hitter, Barajas, and he gets it and doesn't miss it.
And Dusty Baker wanting to hear from Brian Price about, I'm sure, how does he feel out there right now. You have the number 8 hitter in James Loney coming up, and they're going to intentionally walk him. Now the pitcher due up next. Of course, the Reds just finished a string of 20 consecutive games over 20 days, where they played more than the 20 games if you throw in the 19-inning game, the 12-inning game. They got the 1 day off. They reload again on Friday and will wound up playing, when all's said and done, 33 games in 34 days. The bullpen has been used from an inning standpoint more frequently than any other in the entire National League. And you're still staring down the barrel of another week and a half, nearly 2 weeks before another off day.
That's one thing that hurts you right there. The fact that, you know, we're Travis Wood at the 70 pitch mark, 2 2/3, and you got the bullpen who was strapped yesterday. Again, used a lot of different pitchers, and you're gonna have a chance that them coming in early in this game. I mean, Wood's got to try and find a way to go a few more innings.
Billingsley homered his first time up. And really, the way Billingsley's gone so far here today, being only in the top of the third inning. You got to wonder if 6 runs is enough to win this game today. Probably not.
I think Billingsley knows he needs to add on too. He's had some trouble getting through those first 2 innings. He wants a couple more runs across that board. There's no doubt about it. I'd be surprised if 6 runs is going to be enough today to win this game.
Porky Lopez will answer the phone out in the bullpen from the pitching coach Brian Price. Three and 2 now on Billingsley. There's a bases loaded walk to the pitcher. Third walk of the inning. 2 of them have been intentional walks. The Dodgers with 3 in the first inning, 1 in the second, 3 and still batting here in the third, leading 7-3. Pop up into short right field. Bruce is there, inning over. 7-3 Dodgers after 2.5. Action 30 minutes before every game with the Reds live on Fox Sports Ohio. Jim Day, Jeff Picoro have it all handled for you. Travis Wood has allowed 7 earned runs in the first 3 innings. And that entire rally began after the first batter, Aaron Miles, was set down. On the routine fly ball, at least it looked like, into left field off the bat of Andre Ethier. But the Reds were playing Ethier so deep in the outfield And then it looked like maybe Lewis didn't pick up the ball right away off the bat, and it wound up dropping in for a double. And then the problem started. But the bottom line is there was still only a runner at second base and already one out in the inning, and the Dodgers get 3 thereafter. Lewis to lead it off here in the third against Billingsley. Reds have 3 runs and 5 hits against him in the first 2 innings. So we got a long way to go in this one. Settle in. This could be a wild game. In the air to center field, and Matt Kemp is there.
Hey, Reds fans, if you're in the restaurant industry, let JTM Food Group help you with great tasting products for your menu. Inspire solutions, better results. JTM.
Stay hot.
Stay hot. I love JTM.
You were knocking it back over at Joe Nuxall's golf tournament the other day. Our good friend, former University of Cincinnati basketball great Terrence Gibson. He's been with JTM ever since he got out of UC. He was out there again the other day, and it's always great to see him. Boy, what a good guy.
It was great to see him. That was a great time out there, just seeing everybody, seeing your dad, and seeing Kim Nuxall and all those guys. It was a lot of fun. Anthony Munoz, boy, he's
I didn't see Anthony out there.
He's still in great shape, man.
Oh, man.
First off, the nicest human being you ever meet in your life. Second off, he still looks like he could pancake you, too.
Well, you can take that to the bank.
Yeah.
There's another guy. Well, what a guy. Anthony Munoz. We are so blessed to have him a part of this community for all these many years. And he and his wife, Dee Dee, making their home here, going all the way back when he came out of the University of Southern California. What a good man.
Yeah, he is a salt of the earth. And I saw him the next day. He was there. Then he came to the next day, the Green Diamond Gallery the next day, too. So talk about getting it. He really gets it as far as helping people out and really helping this Cincinnati community out. He understands the impact that he has, he's had as a football player, but now the impact that he has really being able to help out youth in this community.
3-1 on Miguel Cairo, and there's ball 4. That's a second walk given up by Billingsley. This one a 1-out pass to Cairo in the third, and that'll bring up Ramon Hernandez, who hit the ball right on the money his first time up. A liner caught by Matt Kemp.
You know, Billingsley's in the same kind of position Wood has been in. I mean, his pitch count's up there. He's at 61 pitches already. We're in the third inning. He's, he's walked a few guys. He hasn't had his good control, not spotting his fastball where he wants it all the time. So, like you said, this could be an interesting game as we move on here.
Ball 1 high to Ramon Hernandez. 7 home runs, 17 runs batted in for Ramon, and most of that damage has been done right here at Great American Ballpark. Little flare in a shallow center, but again, a misread perhaps off the bat by an outfielder. Day games, you get a lot of that with a lot of white shirts in the stands, and all it takes is one split second for a guy to get there or not get there.
Split second if a guy's taking a step back, that ball's going to end up falling in. But Ramon Hernandez gets a fat Billingsley, busts him in on the fastball, pulls his hands inside the ball, and is able to get that little tail flare into right center.
Rod Barajas out to visit with Billingsley before they go to work on Paul Giannis. Giannis had that base hit up through the middle, a diving attempt, and unable to get there in time was Jamie Carroll. He knocked the ball down but could not throw Giannis out. Two on and 1 out for Giannis. And it's fouled out of play, and Billingsley jumps in front of Paul at 0-2. Well, Chad Reineke up and throwing in the Reds bullpen. He is a scheduled starter tomorrow night, but we told you probably a real safe bet that Edinson Volquez will come back and rejoin the Reds rotation. And with the one off day they did have on Thursday, that means you can shuffle the deck a little bit. Mike Leake, the scheduled starter for Tuesday night, but because of the off day on Thursday, he'd still be working on 4 full days rest tomorrow if you plugged him in to start the opener of the Cubs series, and then Volquez would go on Tuesday night. And with Reineke getting loose in the bullpen, that virtually guarantees you that's exactly what's going to happen. Clearly, it's not been a good start for either starter so far here today, but you can't say enough with all that took place yesterday and blowing the big lead and losing the game at 11. But it cannot be overlooked the start of Johnny Cueto yesterday. His last 2 outings, he goes against Jair Jurgens of Atlanta. Gets beat 2-1 to Cueto. Jurgens wins the Pitcher of the Month award in May. The only guy that Jurgens was better than in the month of May was Clayton Kershaw. Kershaw went 4-0 in the month of May with an ERA at 1.7. And Cueto outpitched Kershaw yesterday. Cueto has looked so good since coming back off the disabled list. Now, he's becoming the guy the Reds have thought he would be for a number of years, even going back to his minor league career when he won the minor league pitcher of the year a couple of times. Boy, does he look good.
He's becoming the go-to guy in this rotation, really the #1 starter that they've always hoped for. And I think the big thing with that is you can't teach experience. The more Cueto goes out there, the more years he has in this league, the more he feels like, you know what, I got great stuff. I go out there and if I execute, I'm a dominant frontline starter, and he's proven that this season and last.
Ball in the air to left field, and Sands short of the track. Balls it in for out number 2.
Giannis just got that off the end of the bat. I mean, had a nice good swing at it. You can tell though when it came off his bat that he had just got it off the end and wasn't able to get it out there all the way over Jerry Sands' head.
Well, down 7-3 here in the 3rd inning. Travis Wood is going to bat. Wood had a single into center field and scored his only time up. Had a good pitch to hit right there and fouled it straight back. Reds are hoping somehow, some way, Wood can extend this inning and get back to the top of the order. Tyron Hernandez aboard, and that'll end the inning. First time today a half inning has gone by without a run being scored. Dodgers lead 7-3. America's restaurants, schools, retailers, and our military around the world, JTM Food Group. By your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Blue Rhino. If you're ready to grill, grab a Rhino. Visit BlueRhino.com. 7-3 ball game. Let's check in downstairs with Jim Day.
Tom, thank you very much. Talking about this mixing and matching pitching staff for the Cincinnati Reds. Dusty Baker and Walt Jockney have had their hands full. Since May 20th, 60 2/3 innings pitched by the Reds bullpen. They have pitched the most innings out of the bullpen in the National League. Over that span, 1,000 pitches thrown by the bullpen in 60 2/3 innings. And over a 14-game span, they made 15 player transactions. If you go back to May 8th, they have made 24 player transactions, all pitchers, since May 8th. So it's been a mix and match unit, so much so that Chad Reineke, who is scheduled to start tomorrow night, is in the bullpen today. Should Travis Wood come out of this game soon, he's your long man today.
Jim, thank you very much.
Good job, Jim. Looks like, he had some plastic surgery done on his lips or something. He couldn't move them.
Well, we're trying to have a little fun here. I mean, this thing is certainly a long way from being over, but it's not been very pretty so far. But that's a great report that Jim had there about all of the things going on right now with this Reds pitching staff. I mean, you really feel so much for Dusty Baker. Oftentimes he's the easiest guy in the world to get on. I mean, he's the manager of the team. It's like that in every major league city. Doesn't matter where you are. But right now, with all of these games, 33 and 34 days, all the extra inning games, all the games where your starters are having to come out of the game in the 4th or 5th inning, maximum 6th inning. But even 6 innings, you get that every single day, and that's like your best bolt. As there's a floater off the bat into left field by Andre Ethier. I know some out there saying, wait a minute, the game yesterday, they got a great start by Cueto. They did. And it was just one of those games that happens to every team over the course of the year. But with all of the pitches that the starters have been piling up early and not gobbling up innings, all those pitches, as Jim referred to, the relievers are having to throw here in the first 2 months of the year. I mean, you really feel for the spot that Dusty and Brian Price are in down there.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, Bake's put in a situation where he has to bring in guys, has to use guys time in, time out, and knowing that they, might have to go to him early. That's what makes it even more important. If Travis Wood can extend this game and get some more innings and to really save anybody else from coming in.
There's a breaking ball in the dirt that gets away from Hernandez. That'll be a wild pitch on Wood, sending Andre Ethier on to second base.
Two breaking balls to Kemp. I mean, you got to be careful right here with Matt Kemp. You got a base open. You still got to pitch him tough. You don't want to give in to him and maybe give him a fastball he can really drive. You want to pitch him as tough as you can.
Kemp with that 2-run home run to left field in the first inning. And after the 1-out double by Ethier in the third, they intentionally walked Kemp. But then Blake singled. Wood came back with a huge strikeout of Sands, and you thought he might get out of this thing without any damage. But then after a lengthy battle with Rod Barajas hit a 2-run double up the left field line. They intentionally walked Loney. And then Travis walked the pitcher, Chad Billingsley, to bring in another run. 1-2 on Kemp. 87th pitch of the game being thrown by Wood. That's a roller down to third. Cairo Charge is going to have to hurry and just does give the speedy Kemp. For a big man, he can really run.
He can get down that line. Wood does a nice job of starts him off with 2 curveballs, comes back with a changeup, and then gets him out with the changeup. So does it? He didn't want to give Kemp a fastball over the plate, something he could drive. He was really smart with his fastballs. Came down and in with one, off the plate with another one, and gets him out with the changeup there too. Nice sequence right there by Travis Wood.
So a 2-away runner at second for Casey Blake, and it's strike 1. Blake is popped up to shallow center, single to right, and scored. One and one on Blake with Ethier out at second base. And there's a high fly ball that'll back up Lewis to the warning track and makes a catch in front of the wall to win the inning. First scoreless frame for the Dodgers. It's a 7-3 lead. Tricia Sudhall from Burlington, Kentucky, who currently owns a Toyota Scion XB, will win the beautiful new Tundra on display here at Great American Ballpark. You can do the same by stopping by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Time now for our AT&T trivia question. When was the first televised Major League Baseball game? Give you a little while to think about that. I'm sure many of you are familiar with who was in it. As here's a bunt by Stubbs. Foot race to the bag. He dives and he's safe. And Loney saying he tagged him.
I think Loney tagged him. I think Loney might have just got Stubbs right before he gets to the base. Nice bunt though by Drew. Gets it out there. It looks like Loney gets him right there before he gets it. I like to see the slow-mo here. Got him.
Yeah, but the question is, when did he get him?
Got him by like a foot, to tell you the truth. He gets him right there. He's a foot from the base. So they missed that call. But Drew Stubbs, nice job, nice thought process. He got it by like 2 feet. But nice thought process right there by Drew Stubbs to get that bunt over there and and make Loney make a play.
We'll see now if the Reds can take advantage of getting a break. A bunt single by Stubbs. He's been on base now 3 times in the game. A home run, a walk, and now a bunt hit. And here's Phillips, who brought the Reds within a run with that bases loaded 2-run single to center in the 2nd inning. But then Billingsley really worked over Votto and Bruce with a tying run at the time at 3rd base and only 1 out when Votto came up. Stubbs running. Throw down to 2nd base. Not going to be in time. And that's stolen base number 17 for Drew Stubbs.
Great jump right there by Drew Stubbs. I mean, he really reads Billingsley well. As soon as he picks that leg up, he's gone off and running. There's no chance to get him at 2nd base.
Phillips with a 1-0 count. Runner at 2nd, nobody out. Reds down 4, but we've got a long ways to go in this one. Billingsley here in the 4th with nobody out, knocking on the door of 80 pitches in the game. And a few guys beginning to stretch out a bit in that Dodger bullpen beyond the right field wall. One of the guys starting to stretch out down there is John Eli. Saw Eli get a start against the Reds last year. And of course, he pitched at Miami of Ohio. Two on Brandon Phillips.
2 quality pitches on Phillips right there. Billingsley trying to stay away, but make quality pitches on the outer half of the plate. Something Phillips can't pull. Gets it back to 2-2 here.
This crowd looking for something to get excited about. The Reds got a run in the 1st inning. They scored twice in the 2nd inning. They had 2 on with 1 out. Didn't score in the 3rd, and now a leadoff man at 2nd here in the 4th. Loney, what a smooth pickup that is. Advancing on to 3rd. Stubbs, 1 out in the inning.
Nice play by Loney right here. Sometimes this cue ball off a right-handed bat comes at you a little weird, but Loney gets down underneath the baseball, stays through, is able to pick up on it. That's why he's got one of the best defensive first basemen in the league right there, James Loney.
So now Joey Votto. Billingsley's had his way with the Reds first baseman. Struck him out looking in the 1st inning, and with a tying run at 3rd and 1 out in the 2nd, he struck him out swinging.
That's the same pitch he struck him out on in his first at bat. That front door 2-seamer starts him off with it this time.
Slow breaking ball, and Votto fouls it away. 1 ball and 1 strike on Joey Votto.
Joe would love to have that pitch back. That ball kind of just floated up there right out over the plate, and looks like he just leaped a little bit and fouled it back.
Right back with a heater up from Billingsley at 92 miles per hour, and Votto comes up empty. So now Billingsley again ahead of Joey at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, we talk about it frequently. You don't have to get them all back at one time. Got a runner out there at third base, less than 2 men out. You're down 4, but you're only in inning number 4. We'll see if Votto can bring in Stubbs. He'll get him in. But it's a second out of the inning, and it's a 7-4 ball game.
That's how you're driving over 100 runs a year, though. You get those runs batted in. I mean, Joey Votto does a great job of fighting off that last pitch up, fastball up, gets a pitch he can handle, doesn't try to absolutely crush it. He knows he just needs a ground ball to get that run in. And like you said, Tom, you got to chip away at this point. 4th inning, you got to get a run back here and there. All of a sudden, you're right back in the game.
So now Bruce, who's single to right, ended the 2nd inning on a pop-up to 3rd. Very odd. You look up and down this Reds lineup today, and the right-handed batters primarily, almost exclusively, are the ones doing the damage against Billingsley. You have Votto, who's 0 for 3. Bruce, who's 1 out of 2. And Lewis, 3 lefties in a row. Lewis is 0 for 1, has been hit by a pitch. But then you get Stubbs, a righty, 3 times on. Phillips, a hit, a couple of batted in. Cairo's been on base. Hernandez with a hit, has hit the ball hard twice. Giannis has hit the ball hard twice. Even Wood, the pitcher, a right-handed batter, has a base hit and a run scored. Soft liner, the second baseman, that'll end the inning. So the Reds get a break on a call to begin the inning, and it leads to a run. They're down by 3 at the end of 4. Atmosphere aboard the Cincinnati Bell Riverboat deck here at Great American Ballpark. Make your plans today by calling the Reds Group Sales Department at 513-765-7600. You were out there yesterday, Sean Casey.
Oh, that place is awesome. That's a great place to watch a game out there. We really enjoyed it. You can go inside or outside, Tommy.
A lot of folks out there today. Travis Wood climbs him out here in the top of the 5th inning. He's given up 7 runs on 7 hits in the game, but trying to give the Reds some much needed innings. Reds are only down 3. We're just starting the 5th. It looked like Wood would escape trouble in what turned out to be a 3-run 3rd inning when he struck out Sands on 3 pitches with 1 out and the bases loaded. But it wasn't in the card. Barajas followed with a 2-run double. And then after an intentional walk to the number 8 hitter, Wood walked in a run when he walked Chad Billingsley, the pitcher. Gonish throws out Sands, one away. Time to answer our AT&T trivia question. When was the first televised Major League Baseball All-Star game? These two teams, the Reds and the Dodgers, August the 26th, 1939. Game one of a doubleheader. And boy, how that single date changed the very history of baseball, with baseball on television. Bucky Walters, a complete game two-hitter. Talked about the lighting in that game and how it wasn't all that great. Of course, they had just brought night baseball to the major leagues. And look at the time of the game.
I was just going to say, look at the time. 1 hour and 60 minutes. When have you ever seen that?
Two outs in the inning. A lot of people will say, well, the reason the time of game is no longer at that pace has a lot to do with television and 90-second commercial breaks in between a regular season game like this one. There are some games that are televised where you have 2 full-minute breaks. But even this umpiring crew here, we were down visiting with the umpires before the game yesterday, and this particular crew is on their way to New York for the Red Sox and the Yankees. And naturally your first thing is to say, boy, that's an exciting series. He said, oh, it's great, crowds are great, et cetera, great rivalry. But umpires know when they go in to do a Boston New York game that seemingly every time they play, it's a 4-hour game. And a lot was made a couple of years ago as they try to cut down the time of game in Major League Baseball. How the Yankees and Red Sox have so many veteran hitters, veteran players, that when umpires will just look at somebody for getting out of the box and they'll kind of clap their hands and say, come on, let's get going here. That a lot of those guys that have been around for a while, they don't even pay attention to it.
Well, I've been in that, I was with the Red Sox in 08, so playing that rivalry, you see it. I really do believe that has a lot to do with a lot of veteran players in those lineups. They're going deep in the counts, working at bats, and it just turns out to be a minimum 3.5 hours when you're playing Yankees Red Sox.
Reno on Loney, exactly 100 pitches in the game for Travis Wood. And here we are in the top of the 5th with 2 outs and nobody on. Now the 3-1 offering is ball 4. 5th walk of the game given up by Wood. 2 of those have been intentional walks. Told you Chad Reineke was up and throwing back in that 3rd inning. And a little bit to begin the 4th, but has not thrown since down there. And as soon as we say that, he jumps right up and starts getting that right arm loose. Well, the man at the plate is Kurt Wood here today. A solo home run by Billingsley in the 2nd inning. And then that bases loaded walk to Billingsley to cap off the 3-run 3rd. And it's 3 balls and a strike.
Maybe Travis Wood got shaken up in that 2nd inning when Billingsley went deep on him, because he's really tried to pitch Billingsley pretty careful here this last couple times up.
Ball driven over the head of Jay Bruce and up against the right field wall. They're going to wave around the runner. And the throw to the plate is not in time. It sails over the head of Hernandez. Chad Billingsley has 2 hits and 3 runs batted in today, and we're only in the 5th inning. And Dusty Baker's thinking about coming to get Travis Wood.
This pitch is out. It's up, but it is off the plate. Billingsley does a nice job of hitting right here. That ball's out over the plate, but off the plate, drives it to right field over Bruce's head. But he has really been a thorn in Travis Wood's side today with 3 RBIs.
We're going to make sure that Reineke's had enough time to get reloaded again. What a disappointing outing today for Travis Wood. Rubber game of the series. Gives up 3 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third. And now another run in the fifth, and that's it. Our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen. Brings on Chad Reineke. Dodgers lead 8-4.
Take on the Blue Jays. When one family member purchases a full price ticket, the entire family gets non-premium tickets at half price. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or go to reds.com/family. Offer valid in advance of game day only.
Well, the final numbers for Travis Wood: 106 pitches in 4 2/3 innings, and allows 3 RBIs to the pitcher. That's all you need to know. Chad Reineke takes over on the mound. He made his Reds debut during the Milwaukee series, and now comes in from the bullpen. He was scheduled to start the game tomorrow night, but there had been a lot of speculation that Edinson Volquez would be rejoining the rotation and that they juggle some guys around and bring Mike Leake in to start tomorrow night so Volquez could start on Tuesday. And certainly with this appearance today, that all but confirms that will happen. First time in a long while that Travis Wood has had that kind of an outing. He had 3 of them in the first month of the season. But in May, only once had allowed as many as 4 runs. That was a game in Cleveland where he had a no-hitter going into the 6th inning and the bullpen let him down. But it had been 3 runs or less in 5 of his 6 starts in the month of May. And Jamie Carroll's on base again. Second time he's walked. We mentioned he was on 5 times in the game yesterday with 4 hits and a walk. And that is now 6 walks issued by Reds pitching so far here today.
You go back to Wood's start, it just didn't look like he had that put-away pitch. His fastballs, he was out over the plate, and everything that got hit hard was out over the plate, and he just didn't have another pitch to really finish anybody off on. It looked like hitters were just waiting for that one pitch out over the plate and hitting it. And Walks end up killing you. 2 outs walked end up killing you. Even the 2-out walk to Loney, and yet Billings ends up hurting you again with a double to right.
Well, we talked about all the offensive struggles this Dodger team had coming into this series. That ball pulled foul and out of play. Boy, that is one nice play made by that fan down there.
And he was still holding his drink, too. I believe he didn't drop that and makes a nice grab. There he is.
Watch this. Leaning over to protect his daughter. One-handed grab, no spillage.
Protects his daughter.
That is a big league play.
That is a big league play.
Very well done.
You know, his daughter was happy. She was sitting there, eating her ice cream cones. Dad, heads up, Dad, make the play for me one time.
Well, when you make a play like that in front of the kids, I mean, you're already a hero, you hope, in their
Right.
life, and you certainly believe in their life. But, I mean, you go to a whole new level. You make a play like that.
Yeah, that's when you're really their hero. And when she's in real life, he saved her.
Kind of like his low-key approach, too. He made the play. Not styling. Not showing off.
Right, not showing the ball, just sat back down. Look what I got, honey. Saved your life. And I got a ball. Saved my drink. Everything's good.
2-2 meanwhile on Aaron Miles, and Reineke trying to end this Dodger fifth. And he will. Dodgers get another run. Only one hit. They strand 2. It's been the best play of the day. "100 Days of Summer Sweepstakes at FoxSportsOhio.com, presented by the Ohio Department of Public Safety, reminding you to buckle up. It's a guaranteed home run every trip, every time. So Fred Lewis, Miguel Cairo, and Ramon Hernandez coming up against Chad Billingsley. So the Dodgers have scored in 4 of their 5 innings. The Reds have scored in 3 of their 4. So we'll see if they can put a big number on the board and get back in this thing. Only in the bottom of the 5th inning and down by 4 runs. Fred Lewis to lead it off. Strike 1. No team in the entire National League has scored 8 or more runs in a game, more than this Reds team has so far this year. So You know, of all the clubs in the league, and there are some teams that can hit, but the Reds are right near the top of the list in that category. And more than capable, not saying they're going to do it, but they're more than capable of doing it, and they've done it a plenty already.
Well, if anybody can come back at 8-4 right now in the fifth, it's this Reds offense. These guys, they got firepower. They can get some guys on base, and they got some guys that can put up some points in a hurry.
A 2-1 pitch lofted into right center field, 1 out. Now Miguel Cairo, he's grounded out to short and drawn a walk. Well, you're really helping Billingsley at this point in the game up there, first pitch swinging. I mean, you've got him up over the 90 pitch mark, and he has had to labor. He has had stressful innings in every inning of the game. Lewis had a 4-pitch at bat and now a 1-pitch at bat for Cairo, and there are 2 outs with nobody on.
The Reds do have a real chance of just running him out of the game. He's up to 93 pitches. Work him a little bit here. Get into that bullpen, maybe see if you can really do some damage. But you're right, Billingsley's getting off easy here in the fifth so far.
We'll see if the Reds can string together a 2-out rally. Ramon Hernandez has hit the ball right on the nose twice. A line out to Kemp in center, and then a single to center field. 1-0 on Ramon Hernandez. We talk about the Dodgers and how they have been so bad on offense this entire year. In fact, the only team in the National League that has scored 2 runs or less in the number of games the Dodgers have piled up. The only team that's done it with more frequency, the San Diego Padres. But before they came to Cincinnati, they had a 4-day run where they piled up more than 30, almost 30 runs. Marlins series and drifting into the Colorado series. The last game of the Colorado series, they got shut out. Then they come in here, they get 1 run on Friday night. But man, these last 2 days, 11 runs, 15 hits yesterday in 11 innings. 8 runs and 8 hits in 5 innings today. And there's ball 4 to Hernandez. Giannis 1 for 2, had a hit, scored a run in the 2nd inning. And he has another hit.
Oh, Hernandez does a nice job working the count here. Then Giannis gets a pitch out over the plate, drives it back up the middle. Now they've got Billingsley at the 100 pitch mark now, and really working them, and they got him in a little bit of trouble again. First and second here. We'll see if they can get a couple of these, at least 1 run across the board, start scratching back and clawing back into this game.
So the outing by Chad Reineke is a short one. You can understand Dusty Baker going to his bench here. What is perhaps a little bit odd is that one guy is capable of giving you some innings out of that bullpen on a day like today, where you just played 11 innings yesterday. Is it the one guy who you can stretch out a little bit down there, maybe Reineke, And he faces 2 batters, and now he's out of the game.
I think Bake's thinking right here, okay, listen, we've seen Billingsley's stuff. He's kind of been all over the place. Doesn't have his best stuff today. Maybe we sneak a few here with Johnny Gomes coming up. He's going to take his swings. Maybe get a chance to really put the Reds back in the ballgame here.
I mean, look at those numbers. Yet Gomes not in the starting lineup today against Billingsley. Well, if he runs into one right here, I mean, you are really back in this game. You're down by 4, 2 on, 2 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Gomes batting for Reineke. First pitch breaking ball in there, strike.
When you come off the bench, your mentality is, all right, I'm hunting that first pitch fastball. And Billingsley knew that right there. It drops a little curveball on him, saying, you're not going to jump on me at least on the first pitch.
Gomes got the start yesterday, was 0 for 3 against the left-hander Clayton Kershaw. But now a big chance for Gomes here in the 5th inning of a 4-run game. Breaking ball away, and a good eye by Gomes. 2 balls and a strike. You watch enough games, and no one has a crystal ball, but you just get that feeling when you watch enough games that if the Reds can get that one big sock, that one big punch, that they're going to win this thing. Just a feeling you get in the game. Doesn't mean you're right, doesn't mean you're wrong.
They've got that kind of club. They get that one big punch, and bam, they'll knock you out.
Now 3-1 account on Gomes. He's making sure everything is lined up. Batting gloves, hairdo, helmet, jersey, pants, bat, feet, helmet again. Looking for something to hammer here on 3-1.
Looking for that fastball is what he's looking for. Not that fastball. 3-1. You went 1 pitch, 1 spot, something middle in. You can turn on and really drive. Billingsley does a good job of really painting one there. 3-2 away, 3-1 away. So now it's 3-2. Gomes is still hunting that fastball.
Question is, will he get it?
Yep.
Certainly Billingsley knows that Gomes is looking dead red. He's flipped him up a lot of breaking balls in this at bat. Hernandez at second, Giannis at first. 2 are out. 3-2 on Gomes. And a liner right at the second baseman. The inning is over. Another missed chance. Reds have stranded 8. And they still trail by 4. Live. You'll hear from Dusty first before anywhere else. Reds Live, the post-game edition. Brought to you by Kings Honda and the Kings Auto Mall. Visit KingsHondaUSA.com. Reds trailing at the end of 5, 8-4 ball game, and now the third pitcher used today by Dusty Baker is rookie left-hander Jeremy Horst. And we told you before, Horst made his major league debut a week ago when a team was in Atlanta that had been a starter throughout most of his minor league career. Went to the bullpen almost exclusively last year. Say almost because when the Reds expanded the roster in September, Horst did start a few games at the end of the year for Louisville, and he had a great minor league year, bumping up 3 different levels. But even this year, down at AAA, there would be games where they would really extend him out, working, inning and 2/3, 2 2/3, 4 1/3 innings out of the bullpen. So he comes in the 6th inning today more than equipped, if he can throw strikes, to gobble up some much needed innings and give his team a chance to get back in it. Facing Andre Ethier, Matt Kemp, and Casey Blake here in the LA 6th.
Really being careful with Ethier here. 3 pitches, not even close.
Ethier 2 for 2, had a sac fly RBI in the first inning, a double on that pop-up into left field that the Reds could not get to. And there's a 4-pitch walk to Ethier to begin the 6th inning. Well, if you want to give your offense a chance to get back in it, you can't continue to put guys on base. That is now 7 walks issued by Reds pitching in the first 5+ innings of this game. 3 of the prior 6 came in to score.
Horst just throws 5 straight balls. And then Matt Kemp, I don't know what he's looking at, but as a hitter, a guy throws 5 straight balls. I'm waiting till he throws me a strike, and then I'm settling back and say, all right, do it again. Not just up there wailing away, but Matt Kemp's so hot, he probably feels like he can hit anything right now.
Two and 1 to Kemp, who now is 1 home run behind Jay Bruce for the National League lead. Kemp with now 16 of them after that 2-run home run in the first inning. And Kemp is now the league leader in runs batted in. 2 more today, giving him 48. Foul ball. Don Mattingly was talking about Kemp yesterday and saying how, it just doesn't sound right when you say a guy had a bad year despite hitting nearly 30 home runs and knocking in over 90 runs. But Kemp even admitted to us yesterday. He said, I really had a bad year.
I like that.
He had a chance to, maybe hit, if not more than the home run total, certainly drive in a lot more runs. A lot of mental mistakes on the base pass and the outfield. The guy is so unbelievably gifted. And he said, I had to get down to business. He said, I got humbled last year. He said, I had to really get down to business during the offseason. And, boy, what a start he's off to this year.
I mean, he's really had a great first few months here, but he's driving the baseball all over the place. Such a threat up there.
And he hammers one into left field, a base hit. Kemp was a guy, his first 3 years in the big leagues. In 98 games, he hit 342. Came back the next year, hit 290. Next year, 297 with power. And then last year, he dropped all the way down to 249. And struck out 170 times, and he just felt like, I can do better now, and he is.
I think two guys are questioning his, making the mental mistakes on the base paths, maybe not catching some of the fly balls they thought he should catch. So I think there was a lot of criticism, towards Matt Kemp last year as far as the way he was playing the game. And listen, we were talking yesterday about this guy has a streak going of going out there and playing night in and day out, night in and night out. I tell you what, that's impressive in itself that he wants to show up every day and play.
And Kemp in the lineup today is now playing in his 264th consecutive game. And he's played the third most innings among all major leaguers so far this year. So a leadoff walk to Ethier, a base hit by Kemp, 2 on, nobody out. Dodgers leading 8-4, and it's 2-0 the count on Casey Blake. Scary thing is for National League pitchers is Kemp is only 26 years old. They brought him to the major leagues at 21.
It's funny to say. I mean, if you've been in the big leagues that long, close to 5 years, you're going to start to say now he's really starting to figure it out, starting to get it. I mean, you look at the kind of power he has. We were talking earlier, when he hits those fly balls, they just keep going. Anyone else, maybe that's warning track or a few feet in front. A guy like Matt Kemp, who's so big, he hits those towering fly balls that just keep going out of the park. That's how you end up hitting 40-plus home runs a year.
We're in 2 now on Blake. It's funny you say that because Don Mattingly, of course, coached with the Yankees for a long time under Joe Torre, and they got Alex Rodriguez over there on their team. And Mattingly would throw batting practice, and Rodriguez would hit balls in a cage that he thought were straight up. Runners are going, and it swung on and fouled out of play. And a lot of times they'd hit the bar, the metal bar right there, right above where the hitter stands. And Mattingly started saying, that ball right there is going to go out of the ballpark if this cage isn't here. Never seen anybody like it. He said Kemp is the closest thing to the exact same thing. Balls that you think are popped up, and the next thing you know, they're going in the second deck.
You've got to have some serious pop to be popping balls up like that, and it's going 440-foot pop-ups.
3-2 on Blake. And again, fouled out of play. Brewers and the Marlins, they started the same time we did today. They're in the bottom of the 7th inning of a 5-5 game. Cubs have jumped in front of Chris Carpenter and the Cardinals. 2-0 that game in the 5th inning at Busch. Don't forget, right after today's game here on Fox Sports Ohio, Tom Brokaw will bring you Boys in the Hall, the personal stories of some of baseball's greatest legends. This week it's Bob Feller. That's after our game today, presented by Subway, where winners eat. Going in the air, short right field. Bruce will get there, and that's a first out here in the LA 6th. That'll bring up Jerry Sands. He has struck out looking twice and grounded out to Paul Yanish. Ethier started the inning by drawing a walk. He's now at second. He got there on a single by Kemp. And ball 1 to Sands. Reds and the Cubbies will kick off a 3-game series tomorrow. And by the way, we'll have all 3 games for you right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Figure Mike Leake against Matt Garza tomorrow night at 7:10. There's a liner back up through the middle, and the Dodgers are going to score again. Throw into third, no chance to throw out Kemp, allowing Sands to go on to second base. And that makes it a 9-4 LA lead on a base hit and RBI by Sands.
Sands gets that pitch out over the plate and gets it back up the middle. The impressive thing about that play was, did you see Matt Kemp running right there? That's a big man right there. He turned on the Jets. He hit second base and looked right at Drew Stubbs and said, I'm going to force you to throw me out of third base. But, I mean, he gets rolling here. I mean, Stubbs comes up with this play. Watch Matt Kemp turn on right about here. He puts it into another gear. And he is absolutely rolling to third base, which also allows Sands being heads up to get to second base. Now you got second and third with 1 out.
Red's going to bring the infield in. Rod Barajas, the batter. Barajas maybe has the biggest at bat of this game. You may remember after the Reds got a couple of runs in the bottom of the second inning, they had made it a 4-3 game. Wood was on the mound. Dodgers had the bases loaded with only 1 out. And Wood struck out Jerry Sands for that big second out of the inning. But then a 2-out, 2-run double by Barajas paved the way for 1 more run, a 3-run third inning, and the Dodgers have never looked back.
That was a classic at bat of Travis Wood just could not put away Barajas. Pitch after pitch, foul ball, foul ball. Barajas finally gets that pitch out over the plate, doesn't miss it, and rockets one down the line.
You know, the Barajas story is a great one to tell the kids out there that, hey, look, no matter where you're playing, you know, wrapping up high school, playing at a community college, a junior college, or even a 4-year school, as that ball is popped up to Votto, and that'll be out number 2 in the inning. Rod Barajas, you go back to the month of June 1996. Now think how long ago that is. He had left junior college after playing for 2 years and was working at a gas station. And the Arizona Diamondbacks were having a tryout camp in Southern California. Barajas shows up with nothing except for the dream of playing Major League Baseball. And he wound up getting signed to a contract, and now he's put in over 10 years in the major leagues. It's amazing.
It's an unbelievable story. It really is an unbelievable story. Shows up at a tryout, shows that he can play a little bit. And, like you said, 10 years in the big leagues and has done a great job, has made some money for himself, and he's a great guy.
He really is a good guy. Got a World Series ring.
Got a World Series ring, yep.
Loney swings and fouls it back out of play. Two and one the count on Loney. Runners at second and third. The Dodgers with a 5-run lead. We're in the 6th inning. And now 2-2. Pitches now in this inning for Jeremy Horst. He's given up 1 run. He's trying to keep it right there. And will He'll do it again on a foul ball back out of play. Runners at second and third, 2 out, and there is ball 4 to Loney, and the beat goes on. The day is over, however, for Chad Billingsley. I mean, basically, he survived today. He was in trouble the entire afternoon. The first 2 innings, he couldn't get out of it. The last 3 innings, he did a good job, especially in the Reds' third and again in the Reds' fifth.
He did a great job of, he was up over 100 pitches through 5 innings and just kind of got out of jams when he needed to get out of jams and kept the Dodgers right where they needed to be, and they put up 9 runs for him.
So I'm sure we'll see John Eli, young man out of Miami of Ohio, come on to pitch when the Reds bat in the bottom of the 6th inning. Ivan De Jesus comes up to bat for Billingsley. Swung on and fouled out of play. And if you're wondering, the answer is yes. He is a son of former Major League infielder Ivan De Jesus, who of course came up through the Dodger system originally. Played his first 3 years in the major leagues with the Dodgers. And what turned out to be a 15-season campaign as a major league player. One ball and 2 strikes. De Jesus originally a 2nd-round pick back in 2005. And a roller fielded by Cairo, inning over. Dodgers get another run. After 5.5, they have a 5-run lead. Catch made by Fred Lewis earlier in this one. And that is our Coors Light freeze can, brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light. A 9-4 ball game, but we still have plenty of baseball left to play here today. John Eli will come on and pitch out of the Dodger bullpen. Eli grew up in Illinois, just outside of Chicago, in fact. Went to Homewood Flossmoor High School. And then attended Miami of Ohio. And he pitched there until the Dodgers, or rather the White Sox actually, made him their third-round pick in June of 2007. And then he was the primary player the Dodgers wanted when they traded Juan Pierre to the Chicago White Sox. Eli started 18 games for the Dodgers last year. Went 4-10 with an ERA right around 5.5. He's still only 20 years old, and they think he has a very bright future. Only pitched a couple of years in the minor leagues and had great numbers. Top of the order for the Reds. And it's in there, strike one. Drew Stubbs has been on base 3 times today. A home run in the first inning, a walk in the second, a bunt hit, stole the base, scored a run in the fourth. Started 2, they appealed, and no, says Jerry Lane down at first. Very little doubt about that. That's a fastball right down the can for strike 3. Well, for all the fans out there, we invite you to log on to Reds.com today. Vote for your favorite Reds players and send them to Arizona for the All-Star game. That's at Reds.com. Eli just brought back to the Major League club yesterday. That ball sails over the head of Brandon Phillips. Was not having a particularly good year for their AAA team in Albuquerque. Of course, the Dodgers were in Albuquerque forever with their AAA team, and they got out of there for a while, went to Vegas, and now back in Albuquerque. That's big Dodger country in Albuquerque after all those years and all those great players. They had come through their farm system.
I think when you bring a guy like Eli back up, even though he hasn't had a great year at AAA, you've seen him before. You've seen him come up here and have success. You know he can handle the job. And so you bring a guy like that back up, even if somebody else down there has better numbers.
It's the first time that Eli has pitched in relief since 2007. Swung on and fouled back out of play. And that was in a minor league game. By the way, that is the only minor league appearance out of the bullpen he has ever had, and that was 4 years ago until today.
You watch Eli's motion. He's got a lot of moving parts in that motion. Big leg kick, kind of a little pause at the bottom. But I tell you what, you'd rather come out of relief in the big leagues than just be starting down there in the minors.
That ball drilled in the right center field, and it gets by a diving Andre Ethier. And Brandon Phillips with a one-out double here in the 6th inning.
Phillips does a nice job right here of really getting that pitch middle away and driving it into the outfield. Ethier's got a beat on it. Just isn't able to come up with that play on that dive. Nice effort by Andre Ethier out there in right field, but Brandon Phillips really drives that ball to right center. That's why Ethier's not able to get under that ball.
Brandon Phillips safe at second base. Safe and secure. New York Life. Strike one to Joey Votto. One to Votto, and a breaking ball in there, a strike. Votto 0 for 3 today, knocked in a run with a ground out in the 4th inning. Both teams have had to use a lot of bullpen the last couple of days. And you wonder if some of the big guys at the end of a game for the Dodgers, even though they're very young, they've had to bring up all those young pitchers. With all the injuries they've had to the veteran guys in their bullpen, their closer Broxton, Quo, Vicente Padilla, Hawksworth. I mean, they've had all kinds of guys going down out there. And so, when you bring up all these young guys, you don't like them running out there 3, 4, 5 days in a row. Now, they had an off day when they traveled here on Thursday to the Dodgers, but we've seen Elbert the last couple of days. Guerrier the last couple of days. Javi Guerrero got his first major league win yesterday, pitched nearly 2 full innings. 1-2 on Votto. To Votto.
Can't tell you how big it is for Votto with having Bruce behind him hitting so well and being player of the month. It sets a different mind frame for Votto too, knowing, okay, these guys are going to come at me. I'm going to get some pitches in because they also don't want to pitch to Jay Bruce either. See, anytime you have that protection for a guy like Votto, it's so big for your mentality at the plate.
2-2 the count on Votto, and they'll turn and throw it into center field. Well, there's a case where you really say to yourself, and you ask the question, what is the upside? There is no way you're going to pick off Brandon Phillips with your team down 5 runs here in the 6th inning.
And you got
I don't understand it.
And you got 1 out. You don't want to make a risk of getting him to third base with less than 1 out. Now Votto hits a ground ball somewhere, and they're 1 run closer to getting back in the game.
2-2 now to Votto. Runner at third, 1 out. And it'll be a base hit in the right field. That'll make it a 9-5 game. And still only 1 out with Jay Bruce coming up.
I'll tell you what, that's why Joey Votto's so good. You see him just that at bat, just kind of, I don't like that pitch. I'll foul this pitch off. Don't really want this one. Gets one he wants, and bam, RBI single. That's why he's one of the best players in baseball right there, because he doesn't give one pitch away mentally the whole day.
Right now, Jay Bruce 1 for 3 in the game today. And here's strike 1. know the Dodgers are thinking they'd love to get Eli at the very minimum. I mean, heck, they'd love it if he could carry it through the rest of the way. He's been a starter down in the minor leagues his whole career, except for one game 4 years ago. But at the very minimum, they'd hope that he'd be able to carry the ball through the next at least couple of innings without allowing the Reds to truly get back in this thing and then maybe patch things up in the 8th and 9th innings with somebody else. Reds trying to jump on Eli, and this is first outing since being brought up from the minor leagues. 2-1 to Bruce.
Changeup right there. He'd be coming hard in, trying to get something in off the plate on Bruce. As a hitter, when you see the ball out over the plate, you know, when it's a good changeup, you think it's a fastball. That ball had some good late action on it by Eli.
2-2 the count on Bruce. He started 2, was able to check his swing. So a 3-2 pitch coming up to Jay Bruce. We are only in the bottom of the 6th inning. Reds trying to get closer. They've scored once here in the 6th, and they have Votto at first base with only 1 out. Swing and a miss, and in with a stolen base is Votto. 2 away in the inning.
Eli came back with another nice changeup right there on Bruce to punch him out, but really trying to set up that fastball in, give Bruce nothing he can get his arms extended on, and then comes back with a few nice changeups out over the plate that, like I said, as a hitter, when you see a changeup up, it really has that same rotation, that 4-seam rotation, and just had some good late action on it and got Bruce with it.
All right, Fred Lewis, the batter. He's 0 for 2. Has been hit by a pitch. A good pitch to hit right there and fouled it straight back. Lewis at 242. He has a home run and 6 runs batted in. Eli jumps ahead of Freddie at 0-2.
Fred Lewis is one of those guys that year in and year out, you see this guy, the potential he has, and the way he swings the bat, the way the ball jumps off his bat. You know, I know out in San Francisco they thought he was going to have some big years, and he just kind of bounced around from team to team these last few years and never really fulfilled the potential a few years ago everyone thought he was going to have.
And 2 on Fred Lewis with Votto at second. That ball pulled foul. He's a very engaging, somewhat quiet, but a very pleasant young man. Obviously, he stays in great physical condition. You know, he's obviously working very, very hard to try and be at his best. And so sometimes that whole thing comes together later. And for some guys, in every sport, you see all the time. Guys at the NFL Combine, you watch those guys going to be a star. Well, you know, the guy that's the best at the Combine is not always the best player when you start keeping score.
Right. And, like you just said, Fred Lewis has got a ton of talent, and we've seen it. You see it in the spurts. And maybe he's one of those guys where all of a sudden he puts it together, figures it out, and becomes a great big league ball player.
And 2 on Lewis, trying to get in Votto from second base with 2 away. Check swing roller will win the inning. Reds get a run, leave a man, and at the end of 6, they trail 9-5. Cincinnati Children's, who ranks 3rd in the nation on U.S. News and World Report's honor roll for Best Children's Hospitals 2011. By your Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky Honda dealers. And by Wendy's. You know when it's real. Dodgers have a top of the order coming up against Jeremy Horst on for his 2nd inning out of the Reds bullpen. Dodgers have scored in every inning except for the 4th. And they have a 9-5 lead as we begin the 7th inning here today. And this, of course, the rubber game of this 3-game series. Reds certainly look back, if you can, without hurting a bit. Thinking they should have been going into this game today, thinking about a series sweep. After having that 7-2 lead behind Johnny Cueto going into the 8th inning yesterday. But it just wasn't in the cards. A rare off day for the trio of Massett, Bray, and Andrusic. All three have been so good all year. Jamie Carroll might go to the All-Star game. The way he's looked in this series.
He's really been swinging about 4 hits yesterday. Another hit. Jamie Carroll gets a pitch right here, middle in, off the plate, gets his hands inside it, and is able to hit a nice line drive to left field. That comes in, really stayed inside the baseball there.
Carroll on base, as we mentioned, 5 times yesterday. 2 walks and now a hit here today. And now Miles. Miles, another guy who had a big time of it batting behind Carroll yesterday. Had 3 hits, knocked in 3 runs, scored twice. Today he got him off and running in the 1st inning after the game started with a walk to Carroll. Miles doubled down the left field line, starting a 3-run 1st inning. On the ground at Cairo, they'll get the lead running. 1 out in the inning. Good hard slide, clean slide there by Jamie Carroll.
Carroll comes in hard. Obviously, whenever you have a chopper in the infield, you want to try and get there as quick as you can. Carroll knows he's trying to break this thing up. Slides at the base and upends Phillips, so Phillips knows it's a clean play. Obviously, Carroll's a middle infielder too, but he slides right at the base into Phillips, gets his feet in the air, and shuts down that throw.
Pulled foul by Andre Ethier, strike one. Sac fly RBI in the first inning. A double and scored in the third. A single in the fourth, then a walk and a run scored in the sixth. And again, you go back to that ball that Ethier hit with one out and nobody on in the third inning, after the Reds had just made it a one-run game. Votto for one, and Horst late getting over. Don't know whether they would have double upped Ethier, but they'd have had a chance. But much like yesterday when Carlos Fisher didn't get over there, you can't throw somebody out if you're not there.
Great play by Votto right here. Gets it on the run, makes that throw, but Horst needs to try and get over there a little quicker to obviously fold over, know that Votto is off the base and not going to be able to get back. But nice play by Joey Votto right there.
Now Matt Kemp. Two-run home run in the LA first inning. Was intentionally walked and scored in the third. Grounded out to Cairo in the fourth inning, then single to left in the sixth. 2-0.
It's a situation here where Horst is going to be careful. He's not going to just give in to Matt Kemp right here with a chance to face Casey Blake and maybe get out of the inning. Kemp is so hot. I'd be surprised if he gets anything to hit right here.
Well, if he does, he'll be swinging. He wasn't looking for that.
No. Change him on the outside corner. That's going to be how you're going to have to try and pitch him right here.
3-1 on Kemp. And there's ball four. Well, that's going to do it for Jeremy Horst. He walked 3 batters. Allows 3 hits so far, 1 run in an inning and 2/3. And with a right-handed batting Casey Blake coming up, Dusty Baker going to make a double switch. We'll tell you about the new Reds pitcher in a moment. 11 by texting 31826 or visit Reds.com for details. Part of a double switch. Chris Heisey comes in the game. He'll take over in left field for Fred Lewis, and now on to pitch. Was very good in one inning yesterday, Jose Arredondo. Two on for the Dodgers here in the 7th inning. LA with a 9-5 lead. It's ball one on the third baseman, Casey Blake. In the air, left field. Heisey just in. And that's sacked. So they stand and stretch at Great American Ballpark. Dodgers with a 9-5 lead. We keep it right here for the singing of God Bless America.
Stand, kindly remove your hats and face the American flag. Major League Baseball, the Dodgers and the Reds salute the men and women of our armed forces. And at this time, please help us honor these brave men and women and all of our veterans of service, and welcome Stephen Powell of the Cincinnati Opera as he leads us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
For 48 deal of the year, June 17, 18, and 19. The Red Tana Blue Jays, you buy 4 view-level tickets to any of the 3 games for a total of $48, and you get 4 free Reds hats. 4 for $48. log on to Reds.com and take care of that right now. All right, Reds batting against John Eli. Bottom half of the 7th inning, trailing 9-5. Is this one of those games the Reds can find a way and steal this thing after really get it handed to them here in the early part of the game?
I think after yesterday's game too, they'd like to come back and try and steal one away, just like the Dodgers did yesterday. 9-5 game. They're still with the Reds offense. His club is still in it with 3 innings to go.
Reds have had a lot of chances to tack on more runs. They've left 9 runners on base, and that's 9 on in 5 of the innings in the game. Cairo retired to begin the 7th. Ramon Hernandez had a good day at the plate. 1 out of 2 is line to center, single to center, and drawn a walk. Ball 1. Tell you one thing Hernandez will do, he'll give you good at bats. I mean, he doesn't give away at bats. You know, whether you're up 5, you're in a tie game, you're down 4, he generally gives you a very good trip to the plate. 2-0. Delivery on Hernandez, and there's a 4-pitch walk. Another quality plate appearance. You say, how big deal? 4 pitches in a row. A lot of guys be up there hacking.
I think that's where that veteran presence comes in. He's been around long enough to know every at bat matters. You're always in a ball game. Right now, the Reds need base runners. You know, they need him to get on base, trying to find a way and not just be up there hacking. Ramon Hernandez, you know, has that veteran presence, understands what the game, what's happening at this point in the game, gets on base. Barajas coming out there to tell Eli, hey man, it's 9-5. We just need to keep guys off base. You need to start throwing strikes, allow your defense to work. But you got to fill up the strike zone first before we can let that happen.
Been a good day for Giannis as well at the plate. 2 hits and 3 at bats. Has scored a run. Another hit. So Giannis at the end of the last road trip started to show signs of coming out from an extended slump, and that certainly continues here today.
No, he does a great job right here of staying balanced, gets the ball right out over the plate that he can handle 86, 87 miles an hour. And that's what you're supposed to do in the big leagues with a pitch like that, is hit a line drive somewhere.
Well, now all of a sudden here you go again. You're down 4 runs, but you have 2 on with only 1 out, and we're just in the 7th inning. And we keep wondering, can the Reds get that one big blow to genuinely get back in the game? I mean, you can make yourself believe you're still in the game. 3 more cracks at them, but you're still down 4. All of a sudden you get that one big blow to maybe get in within a run, and now all of a sudden you're talking. And that one big hit has eluded them most of the day today so far.
Yeah, they've been nibbling all day. They've been nibbling with a ground ball RBI, maybe a hit RBI. They've had some chances to really do some damage, and they haven't been able to capitalize. You're right. They're missing that one big hit that really gets them back right in this game down 1 or 2 runs instead of 4 or 5.
Isaac coming in as part of a double switch, so this is his first plate appearance. And behind the count to Eli, 1-2, and that pitch away. Here the Reds today are playing in their 60th game of the year, and Heisey has only started 15 of them.
That's surprising to me. I mean, Chris Heisey's got some talent, but they have a lot of. I mean, Dusty Baker has a lot of options on that bench. There's that changeup though. Eli, that's his best pitch. That's his out pitch right there. Got the 2-2 with the fastball. Comes back with that changeup. He's got good downward action. Watch right here. But right there, it looks like a fastball for the hitter. At about 45, 50 feet, it's still up in that plane. And as soon as it gets there, you make a decision. Okay, I'm swinging, and all of a sudden, it's got that good tailing action. It's a nice changeup Eli has right there. It's been very effective since he's been in there.
Stubbs hits one down the line, but foul.
Let's go back here and look at Eli's change. Look at the grip right there. It comes out. What looks like a four-seamer for a hitter. Now, right there is where you start making the decision. Heisey says, okay, it's a fastball, and then it starts leaving you. So it looks different on camera as we watch it, but when you're in the box and you see that pitch, it looks like a four-seamer about 50 feet. You make a decision, and then it just ends up leaving you.
0-1 count on Drew Stubbs. Couple of hits. Has been on base 3 times today, and this is a bouncing ball that will end the inning. So another chance goes by the wayside. Reds have left 11. Was a cold one to the heart. A home run by Chad Billingsley, his second career home run. That came with 2 outs and nobody on in the second inning. And if you were taking money from Vegas, taking odds from Vegas, on who would lead the Dodgers today in runs batted in, without a doubt, the longest odds would have been on their starting pitcher of anybody in their lineup. I mean, there is no debate about that. The pitcher would have been the guy with the longest odds. Well, guess who leads him in RBIs? A pitcher who lasted 5 innings in a game.
And he's driving the ball. Home run to left, got the walk, and then he drove one to right over Jay Bruce's head for another double.
So the Dodgers bat in the 8th inning against Jose Arredondo, who came on to get the final out in the 7th inning. Sands hitless in his first 3 at-bats before knocking in a run with a single in the center field in the 6th inning.
We talked about before what Mattingly said about Jerry Sands is, hey, listen, this is my left fielder. I'm gonna let him in the lineup. He's gonna play every day and go out and you know, just get after it. And for Jerry Sands, that's a great, when you get Don Mattingly saying, or your manager saying, hey, you're our guy, go out and do it, you relax a lot and you're able to just let your talent take over.
When this guy has had some really good minor league numbers, a young fella who is only 23 years old, won't be 24 until the final week of the regular season. Last year he hit 35 home runs and knocked in 93 runs in just 130 games. Great Lakes in single A and then Chattanooga in double A. The year before, in 73 games, he hit 19 home runs and knocked in 58 runs. And he's gone swinging to begin the Dodger 8th. Cubs are batting in the 8th inning, leading the Cardinals 2-1. So Carlos Zambrano out-dueling Chris Carpenter so far anyway. They're in the bottom of the 10th inning in Florida, where the Brewers and the Marlins are tied at 5. I'm sure it's a nice cool day down there in South Florida.
Yeah,
to be playing in the 10th.
I'm sure it's pretty uncomfortable down there in Florida right now. Yesterday's what it feels like every day down there in the summer. Yeah. You know, you always looked at those guys thinking, you know, some days they were taking BP in shorts. That's a great idea.
You're right.
So hot.
Well, that was part of their pregame uniform. I mean, yeah. You have to have a designated uniform for everything. As Barajas has gone on strikes. I mean, there was a long time there, and for all I know, maybe they still do it, where their designated batting practice uniform allow them to wear shorts.
No, I think it is. I think it is. Which, I mean, playing 81 home games down there in that South Florida heat, you got to be wearing shorts because it wears you down after a while.
Of course, beginning next year, they'll be playing in a brand new home in downtown Miami. They're building that new ballpark and had a chance over the wintertime. The Reds have not played there yet this year, and no longer spring training down in Florida. Had a chance to fly into and out of Miami during the wintertime, and boy, you could see that new stadium just gleaming in the bright sunshine on a January day when you're flying in and out of there, and boy, it is going to be something else. Right on the old grounds of the former Orange Bowl.
Big question, though, that they're going to have, Tommy, are the fans going to come out? They don't come out much now. And then you move it down to Miami. Are they going to come out for that? Because that's a good-looking young club. They got Stanton, who's an absolute beast. Logan Morrison's a good-looking player. Gabby Sanchez is a good-looking player. Josh Johnson's one of the best pitchers in the game. They got some talent, but do they have enough, you know, homegrown Marlins fans to fill that stadium?
Well, what they're hoping, of course, more than anything is the fact that by making it a retractable dome, you know, for so many people, and the hardest thing, we've talked about this so many times, and there's no doubt in my mind that, you know, you start looking around, a retractable dome doesn't guarantee you'll have huge numbers. But what it does guarantee is for most of the fans out there who can only afford to go to maybe 1 or 2 games a year, and you're going to take your family to a game, and, you know, you want to bring the kids down to watch batting practice. You want to be able to make sure that, you know, there's going to be a game that night, whether it's because it's too hot in Arizona or the weather's bad in Milwaukee or South Florida where it rains every afternoon. You know, the fan can't bank on that. And what ends up happening a lot of times is, you know, you'll go out and spend your money for 4 tickets. You'll show up for batting practice. It's pouring down rain, so you don't get to watch that. You have no chance to get autographs because nobody's out on the field. And then if the game starts, and you have a 2-hour rain delay, and now you got to get up for work the next day, or the kids got to go to school the next day, so you leave, but then they finish the game, you don't get your money back. And in Florida, they believe that could have a lot to do with them starting to put more people in the stands, is knowing that you can, be a part of a whole Major League Baseball game experience down in Florida. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope it works out, because they, like I said, they got a lot of young talent down there that they can have a chance to be good for a long time. It'd be nice to see those crowds come out at that new stadium down there in Miami.
And there is very little doubt that all of those things that we were just talking about, as Eli will bat and looks at a strike, has to have some kind of an effect on what's going on in Milwaukee. I mean, because Milwaukee is virtually the same size as Cincinnati. The Brewers have had as many trips to the playoffs as the Reds have had over the last 7-8 years. They both have brand new ballparks, but one of them is playing in a retractable dome. And you're talking about April and May, and you're talking about getting in the car, and after all the rain we had this spring and the cold temperatures, and you're going to a game and you're not going to get delayed and they're going to play the game on time, that's a big difference. Down to third, and Cairo will throw out Eli, and that'll end the inning. Now the Reds have 2 more cracks out, and they're down by 4. Show checks your comments on the game and maybe the Reds in general to 37664, and then we'll run them perhaps your message right on the screen after the game right here on Fox Sports Ohio. Well, we got a couple of guys who pitched collegiately at Miami of Ohio that have appeared in this game here today. We saw Chad Reineke a little while ago. And of course, John Eli set to begin his 3rd inning of work out of the Dodger bullpen. An old friend who played in the Chicago Cubs organization for a number of years as a catcher. Dan Simons, the head coach up there at Miami of Ohio. Known Danny a long time. Good man. Does a good job up there at Miami. Speaking of the Mid-American Conference, we're going to have to double check where they are today, if they've even started today. Kent State University today has a chance to eliminate the #1 team in the region, the Texas Longhorns, to go to the College World Series. Apparently, the guy everybody thinks is going to be the #1 pick in the upcoming draft, a pitcher for Texas. Kent State lit him up yesterday to beat the Longhorns. Brandon Phillips, first pitch swinging to begin the 8th inning. 1 pitch and 1 out. And if Kent State can win today, they will stun the college baseball world by eliminating Texas in the regional final.
That would be something. That would be awesome to see Kent State get to the College World Series. It'd be something that, like you said, for the MAC Conference, too.
One out now for Joey Votto. Votto is 1 of 4 in the game. He's knocked in a couple of runs, one on the ground out, the other on a single to right. Reds now beginning to run out of outs. Kept waiting for that big blow that, at least so far, has just not come.
This is a big inning for them. I mean, you got Phillips leading off. Obviously, he just crowned out. But you got Votto, Bruce. You got really your big dogs coming up here. This is where a chance you can really try and get a big inning. There's that changeup again, Tom. It's got great late action on it.
And you can see why the Dodgers like this guy.
Yeah.
He's still a very young man.
Yeah, and when you have he might not throw an overpowering fastball. When you have a good changeup like that, it makes your fastball look faster. His fastest pitch all day today has been 89 miles an hour. When you have that good 78, 79 mile an hour changeup, that 10 mile an hour difference, it makes that 89 mile an hour fastball look more effective, like it's low 90s.
Votto gone swinging, and they're 2 away here in the Reds' 8th inning.
There it is again, just like we're talking about, just like we've been talking about. That changeup again, right here. Watch this. Boom, and illusion. He's got great arm action on his changeup. And like I said, it stays on that plane that looks like a 4-seam fastball about 50 feet when you make that decision, and it leaves you. So Eli's got a good changeup, great changeup.
And look, you can't say enough about what this guy has done here. You know, we brought it up when he came in the game in the 6th inning. They had hoped that, you know, maybe he'd give him a couple of innings. I mean, in a perfect world, he'd give him 4 and finish it out. But, you know, you're thinking, all right, couple of innings, and maybe you get the last 6 outs with a couple of other guys down in the bullpen. After the Dodgers used a lot of bullpen the first 2 games of this series. Bruce, a fly ball, well hit into left field, and it's caught up against the wall. Eli has a chance now to give him the final 4 innings and close this thing out. Of the game. And right there by the fan.
Look at that. She's like, Dad, give me that ball, Dad. Give me that. Watch this right here. Superman, bam. Holds his drink, saves his daughter. This is like, Dad, give me that ball. Give me that ball.
Look at it. Look at the big fella. Look at the big fella.
Give me that ball. Great play right there.
Well, now Carlos Fisher, who he You wonder if the guy's almost got snake bit after that Herculean-like effort he gave the Reds in Philadelphia in the 19-inning game, where he threw 95 pitches. Pitched deep into the night that night. Going 5 2/3 innings. And unfortunately for him, that started a string of now 3 consecutive extra inning losses for Carlos Fisher. He came back 3 days after the 5 2/3 innings game. Got beat in the 12th inning last Saturday in Atlanta, and then hung with a loss here last night. Arredondo, another good outing. An inning and a third. Allows 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, no runs. He keeps getting better and better as he gets stronger and stronger, coming all the way back from Tommy John.
When you come back from Tommy John, you need time and you need innings, and Arredondo just keeps on getting better and better every outing he gets out there.
So a 9-5 Dodger lead. Reds batting, looking ahead of the bottom of the 9th. And they will hit for the pitcher and then send up Miguel Cairo and Ramon Hernandez. And John Eli is going to get a chance to get the first save of his very young major league career. Not only that, it would be the first save of his professional career. They told you the only time Eli's ever pitched out of the bullpen was his first year of pro ball after leaving Miami of Ohio. That was pitching in the White Sox organization in 2007. Well, in his final at bat, the Reds are going to retire Jamie Carroll. On base 3 more times today after reaching 5 times yesterday.
Talked about Eli trying to get a save today. You talk about earning a save. I mean, that's coming in and putting your time in, pitching a bunch of innings and getting a save. That's not your just typical 3-out save.
And for those of you wondering about a save rule, it doesn't matter what the score is. If you pitch the final 3 innings of a game, you get a save if your team wins a game. Now, it can be 15-0. But if you get those final 9 outs or beyond, you are credited with a save. Come for the Reds, stay for the fun, make it a home run weekend. Book your trip at CincinnatiUSA.com. Tickets are available the next 2 nights. And then the day game on Wednesday. Cubs coming into town starting tomorrow night. They were just here the last homestand. The Reds beat them the 2 games they played them. Milwaukee has taken the lead over the Marlins 6-5 in the top of the 11th inning. And the Cardinals are batting in the bottom of the 8th, trailing the Cubs 2-1. One out single by Miles, and that'll bring Andre Ethier to the plate.
There they are again. Carroll Miles setting the table for the Ethier Kemp.
Every time you see Andre Ethier, I'm always reminded of the story. He grew up in Phoenix, Arizona. And he made his major league debut in Phoenix for the Los Angeles Dodgers. I happened to be there at the time calling that series. And after the game, I had a chance to meet Ethier's father. He was telling the story about how when Andre was growing up, his dad was a right-handed thrower. But the more and more time went by and he realized his son was going to be a left-handed hitter, and maybe a real good left-handed hitter, he worried that, you know, the one common denominator among so many left-handed batters is they can't hit left-handed pitching. That one's popped up left side of the infield, and there are 2 away in the inning. So his father, when he had free time, would start to go out against the garage and practice throwing left-handed, and got to a point where then he could start to throw batting practice left-handed to Andre Ethier, so he would never be one of those left-handed hitters who couldn't hit left-handed pitching. It's really amazing.
That is amazing. That's great. I wonder if he threw strikes left-handed, or was he all over the place?
No, he said he got to a point where he threw it really well.
Did he?
Well, it doesn't matter whether it's son or daughter. A father's love or a mother's love, you're going to do whatever it takes for them youngins.
That is so true. That is so true.
Well, the next team that has to deal with this guy is Philadelphia. Dodgers starting this road trip, a 3-city trip. Cincinnati, Philadelphia, wrapping up in Denver. And they'll get a look at Cliff Lee, Roy Oswald, and Cole Hamels during that 3-game series in Philly. And there's a 4-pitch walk to Kemp. That is the 10th walk issued by Reds pitching here today. The Reds lead the National League in walks, and today is the 5th time this year that they have walked at least 8 or more batters in a game, and that is by far the most in Major League Baseball. Two on, 2 out. Casey Blake, the batter. So, Case, you're in town to do all 3 of the Cubby games, or how are you doing?
No, I'm just doing the
tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. All right.
Yep. 1 game.
On the ground is short, and that will retire to side. A scoreless 9th for Fisher. Reds coming up. One more crack out. Arizona desert for the 2011 Major League Baseball All-Star Game, and we'll have it on Fox. Coverage begins Tuesday, July the 12th, live from Phoenix, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, only on Fox. They're checking out the All-Star ballot. They're looking for Sean Casey's name. Where is he?
Oh, wait, not on that ballot. There's a lot of good guys that could be voting for this year, though.
Of course, you've been to the All-Star game, though.
Yeah, I've been there a few times. It's a lot of fun.
How many did you go to?
3.
Nice.
Went to that. The coolest one was Fenway and All-Century team in '99, and that was really cool.
I was here that night. That was a fun night.
Yeah, when Ted Williams came out on his golf cart down the right field line, that was special. We were all walking into, he was doing the first pitch, and Tony Gwynn comes over, Mark McGuire, all those guys, Nomar Garciaparra. They get a pat on my shoulder. The guy turned around, it's George Brett. Hey, Sean, just want to introduce myself, George Brett. I was like, I know who you are. I was like, oh, it's one of the greatest moments of my life. I can't tell you that, but I'm 25 years old. I'm in awe of everybody. George Brett's like, I just want to introduce myself. I was like, oh, this is the greatest.
That was a great night indeed. All right, so here's John Eli going for his first professional save. Today is his first Major League relief appearance. We brought it up earlier. In a 4-year professional career, it was only his first year in 2007 that he made his only appearance ever until today out of the bullpen. 3 innings so far. He's allowed 2 hits and a run. Struck out 4 and walked 1 batter. And walked 2 batters.
I don't think that's how John Eli scripted starting off the 9th inning, was walking Hannigan to start it.
Well, that will prompt action in the bullpen. They've had it off and on for quite some time, and Don Mattingly was going to give him a chance to close this thing out. But instead, they're going to go to their bullpen. We'll tell you about the new Dodger pitcher when we come back. After a leadoff walk to Ryan Hannigan here in the Reds' 9th. And now Josh Lindblom comes on. Made his Major League debut on Wednesday night against Colorado through a scoreless inning. Another young pitcher they brought all the way up from their Double-A club with all the injuries they have had in that bullpen. I mean, they've had their main 5 guys go down in that bullpen since the season began. And for most of them, it's been over about the last 3 or 4 weeks. So they brought up guys like Guerra, Lindblom, Elbert. I mean, those guys were either brought up from the AAA club or the AA club.
I mean, talk about having to piece together a bullpen of inexperience. I mean, that's a tough thing to do right there when you rely on those guys at the beginning of the season to get the job done, and then they all go down, and you're relying on AA, AAA guys to get you through games. They've done a nice job, though. The young kids have done a nice job for Donnie so far since they've been called up.
Our leadoff man aboard. Reds down by 4 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And Miguel Cairo looks at a strike. Lindblom, another young man who hails from the state of Indiana. We talked about Don Mattingly, their manager, Jamie Carroll, their shortstop. Lindblom pitched at Harrison High School in Indiana, and then collegiately at Purdue University. It's taken outside, 3 balls and a strike. A second-round pick was Lindblom back in 2008. Let's see if Cairo makes this young man throw a strike. He did the first pitch of the at-bat. He's missed on 3 in a row. And missed again, and the Reds have 2 on with nobody out.
This is where, as a young kid, nerves come into play. I mean, you're coming in 9th inning, trying to really close out a game. And right there, he threw a bunch of pitches that weren't even that close. So we'll see how he attacks Hernandez here, trying to get back into it, knowing that he's got a 4-run lead. First and second, no outs.
And apparently this game belongs to Lindblom. Win, lose, or tie. There is no action in the Dodger bullpen. They do not have a bona fide closer down there in that bullpen with all the injuries. They've had 6 different pitchers get saved so far this year. And strike 1 to Ramon Hernandez. So on a day where they plowed through plenty of bullpen in 11 innings yesterday, using McDougal, Elbert for a second straight day, Guerrero a second straight day, Guerra, Troncoso to finish it off. This game belongs to Lindblom. Got away with a hanger there. He's ahead 0-2 on Ramon Hernandez. Reds are 1 more base runner away from bringing the tying run to the plate. Two on, nobody out. 0-2 on Ramon Hernandez. Hernandez has had another good day. Lined out to center in the 2nd inning, singled in the 3rd. Walked in the 5th, walked again in the 7th. Hit with a pitch, and all of a sudden, don't look now, the Reds have a tying run coming to the plate with nobody out.
Wow. Lindblom had Hernandez on the ropes right there. 0-2. Tried to come in with 2 sinkers, and the second one hit him. Big break right there for the Reds. Now we got Now we got action, Tommy. Bases loaded, no outs.
And now they're going to start some action in that Dodger bullpen. Thought after the walk to put 2 on with nobody out that they had pretty much decided, well, that's the way it's going to be.
You talked about that mentality of a young kid coming in trying to close a game. I don't care if it's a 4-run lead or whatever it is. You're coming into a big league ballpark. Had a lot of time in the minor leagues. The nerves get to you. Sometimes the nerves get to you, and you can see right here, Lindblom really hasn't thrown that many quality strikes to these 2 hitters he's faced.
Rick Honeycutt out to visit, and he's going to make the home plate umpire Brian Knight come all the way out there to break up this meeting to give Ramon Troncoso time to throw in the bullpen. Troncoso came in to close it out yesterday. It was not a save. But you may remember he came in with a runner at third and 1 out, allowed a ground out to knock in a run in the 11th inning yesterday, then gave up hits to Chris Heisey, a hit to Drew Stubbs. And Brandon Phillips lined out to Ethier to end the game, representing the tying run. Been a good day for Giannis. 3 hits and 4 at-bats. 3 singles, has scored a run. Chris Heisey waits in the on-deck circle. Then you go back to the top of the order in Stubbs. Giannis had that hit with 1 out and nobody on in the 2nd inning. With 2 on and 1 out in the 3rd, he flied out. With 1 on and 2 out, he singled in the 5th. And with 1 on and 1 out, he singled in the 7th. Now a really big at bat with the bases loaded, nobody out in the 9th. And he pops up.
Curveball up, but it's just too high up. It just stayed up, and it almost kind of backed up on Lindblom, and Giannis. It wasn't the pitch he really wanted, but it was 0-2, trying to be defensive. Off to go.
All right, now Heisey, we know he's more than capable of tying this game up with 1 big crack of the bat. They are loaded, 1 out, tying run at the plate. Strike 1. All of a sudden, those strikes are pouring out of the hand of Lindblom. After that visit to the mound by Rick Honeycutt. Two walks and a hit batsman to load him up before Giannis pops out for the first out in the 9th. And now Heisey behind 0-2. Heisey struck out his only time up. That was in the 7th inning. Oh, we talked about it all day long. Reds have been looking for that 1 big hit. They've had so many chances to cut down that 4-run deficit. Left 6 on base in the first 3 innings. 2 more in the 5th, a runner in the 6th, 2 in the 7th. And now the bases loaded, 1 out in the 9th. Two on Heisey. Don Mattingly knows with all these young pitchers down there, you're putting them in spots and maybe they're not ready for it, but he said we don't have anything else to do. And he very much believes in their stuff. 2-2 pitch. And a fly ball into right center field, and Ethier will get to it. So the run scores from third, making it a 3-run game. But the Reds are down to their final out.
Isaac gave it a nice ride, good at bat. Got down 2 strike, 0-2 early, worked the count back, hit a nice ball to right field, gets 1 run in. But you know, if Stubbs isn't able to come up with that big hit here, or somebody, you will look back at this game and remember all those opportunities that the Reds kind of left all those guys on base with chances to really get back into the game.
All righty, so here's Stubbs representing a tying run. He has 2 hits today. He's been on base 3 times. He had a home run leading off the game. Strike 1. Stubbs with 8 home runs. He hit his first home run since May the 11th back in that first inning. He has 2 on with 2 out, down 3 here in the 9th. Way outside and high, 2 balls and a strike.
Lindblom seems like he's really working that outside part of the plate. Stubbs has that kind of power where he could drive one out to right center field. That's a great pitch right there. Outside part of the plate at the knees. That's a tough pitch to hit.
We'll see if Stubbs can keep it alive here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2-2 pitch coming with 2 on. Game over. Well, what a disappointing ending to this series. Had a 7-2 lead going into the 8th inning yesterday. You give it up. And then today, right from the start, just not meant to be. Travis Wood gives up 8 runs in 4 2/3 innings. He attacks the bullpen again. And the Reds get beat by a team that came into town 5 games under 500, the final 2 games of the series.
The Dodgers got hot. They got hot at the beginning of the game, put up some 7 runs in those first 3 innings against the Travis Wood, and the Reds just weren't able to capitalize on some of the opportunities they had all day with runners in scoring position because they had them. That just turned out to be the difference today.
Billingsley the winner, 5-4. Travis Wood the loser is 4-4. So the Reds will go right back at it tomorrow night against the Cubs in the first of 3. Tickets are available, so why not come on down to the ballpark? We'd love to have you here for a 7:10 first pitch. So 9-6 our final. Time now for Reds Live, the post-game version. Let's go to Jim Day.